The Hart Finance Committee meeting is called to order at 9:03 a.m. So first item, I'm going to take roll. Finance Committee member Arthur Tolentino. Present. Finance Committee member J. Roger Morton. Present. And also present at this meeting is Chair Hanabusa. Vice Chair Bukowski is here, just not at this moment. Anthony Alto, board member Anthony Alto, and board member Michelle Broom-Graber, and member Joseph O'Connor. Thank you for being here. So do we have any public testimony on the two items on the agenda? Okay, any public testimony from the audience? Okay, seeing none. The first item on the agenda is the cash flow report, and this is a non-action item. It's going to be presented by Nate Meddings and Rick Keene.
Morning, everyone. In your board material, you'll find two schedules. We're trying to get back into the rhythm. I know we hadn't presented cash flow information for quite some time. Trying to get back into the rhythm of doing that. So we have included in the package is the annual financial plan that was discussed at a recent POC meeting. It's been tweaked and updated a little bit based on some of the feedback that we received. We haven't incorporated all of the feedback that we received at the last meeting. We'd like to actually meet with a couple of the members offline to talk about the best way to address some of the questions that were asked. One in particular, Kika, was a question that you had asked about doing a backwards look at the forecast. And we want to figure out a better way to do that. So that's not incorporated yet, but we do have that on our list. But this is very consistent with what was presented last time. Like I said, there's been a few updates to it and a little bit of cleanup. It shows the expected inflows and outflows of cash and the anticipated borrowings at this time out through the end of the project. And on the third page, you can see the anticipated ending cash balances for each of the years. Are there any questions or points of discussion that you would like to go through on this?
I got one. I'm not a member of the committee. I'm not a member of the committee, but and I haven't had a chance to take a closer look at this. But if I recall correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Rick, but we didn't anticipate requesting GO bonds previously. Is that correct?
We did anticipate GO bonds, but not until 2026 or so. And
Okay.
that's what's shown here.
Okay, so I thought I saw something at City Council requesting authorization for GO bonds of about.
There's two things going on. We do have a reso that we'll discuss after this about the issuance of some GO bonds. Those are not new money bonds.
Okay.
Those are to replace the 2019 E bonds that have a maturity date.
Okay.
So that should be, actually favorable to us in the financial plan.
Yep.
So that's one thing. And we didn't include that in the budget because the budget calls for any new money, how you're going to finance things in the future. And this was just a replacement. So we had a footnote in the budget presentation on that. The second thing, though, and this may be what you saw on the council agenda, I don't remember seeing that, but there's also an issuance coming up by the city to pay to Hart that city subsidy amount. And they usually do that through bonds. So I know that's in the works also. And I think the plan on that, there's 2 years, they hadn't paid 2023 and obviously 2024. Those two amounts are 17 and 12. So I think the bond that they're doing at the city level is $29 million to cover both of those two payments. So that may be what you saw also. So there's those two things are out there.
Okay.
But none of it is new money. It doesn't really change our financial plan.
All right, thanks, makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Chair.
Any other questions from Chair Hanabusa?
Rick, in looking at this financial plan, and I know we have some information from the past. What I'm interested in the cash summary on page 3, what I'd like to see, and I don't know if you're going to tell me you can't do it, what I'd like to see is the actual collections to date from GET and TAT, and also the 1% or 33 1/3%. And when you project out what your projections are, because I know, as you know, one of the big issues that the board had with the recovery plan was exactly your projections into the future as to GET and TAT in particular. And you know, the GET has gone absolutely berserk in terms of what we're actually, well, what the state is actually collecting. So what I'd like to see, because this is sort of our financial plan and projections, that what we really count on for money is not, with all due respect to the city, their bond of 19 or 29 million total. Right. It's like what we get from the GET collections, the TET collections, and the future TAT and the present TAT project. So is there a possibility as to how you could do that in here?
Yeah, absolutely. We could, in fact, there's a second schedule in the package today, which is a monthly schedule.
Okay.
We didn't present that last time. What we presented at POC recently was this annual schedule.
Right.
But we do have a monthly schedule. It goes out approximately 18 months, 15 to 18 months, and it has a few months worth of actual. And here, this doesn't give you all the history that for the GT and TNT, but you can see the last 4 months of actual and the 2023 fiscal year to date collections.
Is that on this form?
That is, yes,
Okay, on what page?
Yeah. Front page.
For the front
First
page?
page at the top. You can see GET, and you see
Right, I've seen that.
yeah, the first 4 columns are, the heading is black, that's actuals. And so you can see the February collections on those, and the April we haven't collected yet, and you can see the year-to-date actuals on those. And then on a monthly basis and quarterly basis for the next year or so, you can see those. And then those translate into the annual projections that are on the other schedule.
Okay, I'm trying to see where you're saying that it's a monthly for 4 months. Where is that?
Okay, the first column is January 23 actual, so that's the month of January. And
Okay.
then February 23 actual, that's where we received the GET and the TAT. And then March, and then the quarterly total, and then April actual. Over the last 4 months, we've only received 1 payment on GET and TAT, and that was in February. But this does show the 4-month history. And then the 6th column over of numbers.
Wait a minute.
Rick, sorry, could I interject?
Sorry.
I think,
Sorry, board members, sorry.
Yeah.
Two were stapled. There's 2 different things. So the first one.
Yeah, mine is July, mine is
first-
June.
The first 3 pages is the annual. And then starting from, sorry, it's on the back. It's the 4th page, but it's actually a second attachment. So you'll see
Okay,
the
sorry about
first
that.
3 columns of that. So sorry.
No, I was thinking, I'm not seeing anything. there.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sorry. They were
Okay.
stapled wrong.
All right, so
Sorry.
going back, so it's page.
So we
second
only
to the
have-
last page.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so it says 1 of 2 at the bottom, but it's at the heading is Hart monthly cash flow by quarter.
Okay, I see that now.
So this shows 4 quarters of history and a year-to-date total, which would be the 10 months to date, and then the projected monthly going forward out through September 2024. So
So-
this shows a snapshot. This isn't the full history, but
Right.
it does show you some of the history. And we can certainly provide you more if
Yeah, so the 20, just so that I'm understanding you, so what you're saying is the total amount that Hart received for fiscal year 2023 is the GT surcharge is 317 million.
Yeah, we've received 237 to date, and we expect in May to get another payment of about 80.
Right.
And so the total for this year should be 317.
Okay. And then the transient accommodation tax, the TAT, you're expecting it to total 81.9.
Correct.
And then, of course, the city is 17.
And then the last line in that section is the Oahu TAT, and that's expected to be 33 million for the year.
For 2023.
Correct.
So I guess what I'd like to see is, in addition to this page, I'd like to see where recovery plan was accepted September of 22, right? So we were working with figures before that. So I'd like to see fiscal year 22, at least, and how this, because those are all actuals. And I'd like to see that compared to projections.
Okay.
So I'd like to see where we are in terms of projections versus actuals collected, and what you projected too. And that's what I think would be
Sure.
beneficial to us.
Yeah, I
looking
actually
forward.
have that back
Here?
in my office because I do track that.
Okay,
So I can.
but not
easily-
here.
No,
Okay,
no. Like I said, the 4 months are here. It doesn't show you comparison to what those forecast amounts were, but I do have that. So I can send that out. Yeah, and for purposes of these two reports, right now we have updated the actual as they've come in. We didn't change the forward-looking, so the forward-looking sections of the months and quarters are consistent with what was in the recovery plan at this point.
right.
But yeah, I can show you that history.
Yep, and I think that would give us a sense as to where we thought we would be and where we actually are.
Correct.
In addition to that, I noticed that, because it was another one of my pet issues, besides you using bonds, on the front page, the real front page, we're talking about the TCP proceeds, which was 575 million for fiscal year 7 to 21. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
That's your on debt proceeds.
Yes.
Rail project, revenues and expenditure total, fiscal year 7 to 21, fiscal year 721.
Yes.
You have $575 million, right?
Right.
And you don't have any other projected TECP until fiscal year 2025,
That's correct.
50 million and so
Right.
forth. Then you have geo bond proceeds, fiscal year 721, and the actuals in 22 at 329 million. And what I'm interested in, as you know, has always been the bonds premium, because that comes hand in hand, in my opinion, when we use geo bonds. We get some kind of, it's a bad word to use, but we get a kickback for it.
Right.
And that's what I think and then I see that we get no kickbacks for any of the other projected bonds that you look like you might issue, except at the end, for 22 to 31, you're reporting 96 million in terms of what I call the kickbacks, but that's already been accounted for fiscal year 22. So do you not anticipate that we're going to get anything for the sale of these bonds?
I think that we will. It's hard to estimate those. The premium is paid by bond purchasers
Right.
when they view a benefit, obviously. The city generally issues its bonds, and ours fall into the same category, with a coupon rate that's higher than the market rate. The coupon rate has been in the past 5%.
Mhm.
The market rates in the past were extremely low, let's say 2 to 2.5% in most cases. So purchasers of those bonds would be willing to pay a premium because they're investing into the bonds and they're going to be getting a 5% return when the market rate is 2.5%, let's say. So they're willing to pay a premium for those bonds. It's hard to anticipate those though because of fluctuations in the market rates, right? And
Yeah,
over
but
the
you
last
know,
year or
but you're
so-
giving us a projections anyway. So it's
Right.
an understood projection. So
Right,
you
so
can do,
looking forward though, we did not put any premiums, and this was in discussion with Bank of America as well, because of the uncertainty of that. So we used a 4.5% rate
right,
across the board for the bonds with no premium. In reality, we probably will pay a little bit higher rate than that. We'll probably pay a 5% coupon rate, but we probably will have a premium. So, yeah, it's not broken out specifically, but the net effect is an estimate, but it,
so all I'm asking you to do is to give us a conservative bond premium estimate. Because what I don't like is that it's not even mentioned. We know we're gonna get something. And also, I guess, when, in your last report, you're talking about shifting, and this was the issue between you and the board when we did the recovery plan, was we said, do not use bonds if you can use TCP. And in your last report, you actually did say you're gonna be issuing TCPs, which would have an impact on, I think it gives you almost a $500 million surplus at the end, but that's also something. So I want to see those things clearly reflected in here, so we can track what basically the recovery plan says, what the position you guys had, and then what the position the board had, and where we come out in all of this. And to be honest, which projections are looking like it's going to be projecting into the future. Okay, thank you. I think Roger had.
Yeah, just a follow-up on what the Chair was asking. I assume there's a big lag between when GE taxes are collected and when the state finally remits them to us. How does that affect your, what is that general lag? And how does that affect your projections of forecast versus actual?
It shouldn't affect the comparison of forecast versus actual, and it is accounted for in our cash flow forecast.
Okay.
The lag, generally state collects 1 month lag after the activity. So let's say the September activity, the GET and TAT wouldn't be collected until October. So there's a 1 month lag on the get-go. Once they collect each month, then we usually get it like 2 months after the end of that quarter end.
That's not bad though.
Yeah, so that's all been baked in, and that's really frankly one reason why, if you look at our forecast on a detailed level, GET and TNT sunset in 2030, but we're actually expecting some collections from those in 2031 because of that lag.
Okay, that, if it's 2 or 3 months, I think that's pretty reasonable under the circumstances, yeah.
Any other questions from members? Natalie? Before you go on, I want to recognize Natalie Iwasa, the legislative appointee. She came in a little bit late. Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you, Chair. Anyway, I hope I didn't miss anything that I'm going to ask about to cause you to repeat things. But with respect to the rollover now that you're not, I guess refinancing is but the better term. What happens to the bond reserve that's currently on the books? Does that just kind of stay in place, or?
No, it doesn't, it'll change. So the bond reserve, there's a 10% holdback, let's say, of BFS when a bond is issued. So the bonds that we're looking at refinancing were initially 175 million. So BFS is holding 17.5 million. When the bonds are closed, and when that repayment is made, that 17.5 will go toward the repayment of those bonds. Then the replacement bonds then are expected to be an amount less than the 175. We don't know exactly what that will be, but then there'll be a 10% holdback similarly on that bond issuance. So this one will be used to go against that, then there'll be a new one established for the new bonds.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the principal payments, I was just wondering how frequently are they made? Because I understand there's a timing difference between what you have to turn over to the city and when they
When we
actually.
began making principal payments, well, I'll use the 2019E, for example. Each of them are different. The 2019E, we began making principal payments to BFS in, I want to say September 2022. So we've made several payments already. BFS actually makes payments to the bondholders, I think, twice a year. So either once a year or twice a year. So in the interim, as we make monthly payments to BFS, they're actually holding in reserve those payments that we make to them. And they have them in hand when it's time to make the principal payments to the bondholders.
So for, I believe it was in here, you have for the fiscal year so far, 18 million was paid and, or no, I'm sorry, backwards. 18 million is projected to be paid in the principal and 16 million has been paid to date as of the report.
That's roughly correct. It may, instead of 18, it may be closer to 20, but yes, that's correct. 16 has been made so far. That's sitting at BFS. The next 2 to 3 months in the interim period between now and when the bonds will actually be issued, we will continue to make those principal payments to BFS. So they will be holding, let's say, approximately 20 million that will again be paid against those bonds.
So if the refinancing basically as the refinance will be to pay off the net balance that's due on the outstanding bonds currently. But it looks like in this cash flow, there's no other like the cost of issuance or anything like that. So are you expecting the total to just net or
What will be cost of issuance? We didn't break out any of the detail on here. Actually, the forecast that we used, we just assumed that 175 was consistent all the way across, and we'll update that once the deal settles. That is taken into consideration, though, in the information being provided by the bankers in terms of here are all the transaction costs, here are all the inflows and outflows. That is being taken into consideration.
Now, with respect to the Oahu TAT, as I recall, the first 2 years, the HART is getting 50%, and then it goes down to a third, correct? Oh, okay, then that explains why there's an increase. Okay, so this is backwards, all right. Okay, then I have just a few questions on, 2 questions on a couple of the jobs. So FD 530, which is CCGS and the utility relocation, that's under the AECOM. The spending goes out to fiscal year 2028. So is part of that still going to be utility relocation or is it something else?
Yes, you are correct. It's AECOM that is for the final design for utility relocations. Expected completion there will be in 2026 of utility relocations and those final as-builts. And we expect some effort on AECOM to translate utility designs for the Guideway Stations contractor. They're going to need some base files and coordination on those drawings in order to facilitate the designs there. And so we are expecting a little bit of effort from AECOM to hand it over to the design builder, and then they should be done.
Okay, that makes sense. With respect to MM970, the fair collection consultant, so they're paid out to fiscal year 2031, and I'm just wondering why, by that time, I mean, years prior to that, we should have everything established, right? So why are we continuing to pay them?
So that's the consultant that manages the fare collection system. And basically, fare collection gets installed at the very end of the station's construction, but it's not certified completely until we get through some trial running test scenarios. So it's very late in the game, both on segment 1, 2, and 3, that we would certify the fare collection systems. And therefore, we expect a little bit of effort from those consultants as they manage that.
That wouldn't be payments for the actual operations of the fare collections. That would be for the installation, the construction part.
With respect to retainage, retention, is it a standard across all contracts? Is it like 10% on all contracts, or does it vary?
It is standard to a point amongst all the contracts, but we always include a clause that if we don't think the work is up to our expectations or there may be concerns, we are allowed to hold additional retention above and beyond what the contract states. I can't recall if that's 10%. I think it's 10%, but it's 10% of the first 50% of the contract value or something like that. There's a cap. But as the owner, we're allowed to retain above and beyond that if we think we may need it in the future.
Okay, super. With respect to comments that Chair Hanabusa made regarding actuals versus projections, I think we really need to see that, but I would also request that we kind of fill in some gaps, because I don't know if you remember, 2022, we had a period where I didn't have very many finance committee meetings. And so, for anybody who's trying to look back at our actuals and the way that they are presented here, we're missing several months. So, Rick, you kindly provided me personally with April 2022 through December, but I think the full board should see that, or the full finance committee. And then we're still missing actuals for July through September 2021. So there's a quarter in there where we don't have those actuals. So if we could just have those schedules, or Chair, if you could put them on the agenda for next time, just so that we have those records for us to look back on. I think that would be useful. And that's it. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Natalie. Any other questions? Go ahead, Roger.
On the schedule here, it shows the transit, the ramp and the transit center, and I think it shows it starting, I see money starting in, fiscal 25, for the, Pearl Highlands Bus Transit Center and H2 ramp. Is that design build? I don't see design for that. Is that gonna be a design build contract, or?
Most likely, that's how we have it planned right now, as a design build, but we're actually working with John Nucci of your team to understand what your guys' requirements are, and then develop a plan from there. Our initial planning should start early next year, working with your team. Once we identify those requirements, I would expect, due to the size of that, we'll probably go design build.
Yeah, it's pretty hefty contract when you, I think it's 200 something million or something, so, yeah.
Any other questions from members? Go ahead, Michelle.
Hey, Rick, what would his look like to go to all in one? You guys have a straw man of what a financial plan looks like across all the years, and when decisions need to be made, and what the cost estimates are?
So based on that request, I think it was at the last board meeting or POC, we started to sharpen our pencils on that. The biggest wild card is timing of when we can make that decision, right? So if we prescribe it as an option in the CCGS contract, which that's what we're doing, if we pull the trigger on option in year 1, it's substantially cheaper than year 3. I would guess it goes up 20 to 25% per year up until maybe year 3 or 4, and then probably the design bidder will tell us we don't want to do it. So we're trying to figure out how to overlay that time element into the cost estimates. But we are looking at that right now. I can't give you that answer at the moment, but it largely depends on the time.
And you're gonna let them propose, you're gonna let the proposers stretch that out as long as they can? What are the instructions to them?
I think I can talk about this because it's not posted part 2 yet, but our thought, and it's not final, is that we have the design builder price that option over time. So if we give you the NTP on that option on year 1, what's the price? And the reason it's cheaper on year 1 is because they can incorporate it into their baseline plan, right? And they're probably going to want to maybe start from there. So if we did it during the design phase, it's cheaper. But then what does it look like if we do it in year 2? How much would it cost us if it's in year 3? I think that any design builder would be willing to do it until they started demobbing their gantries. And so I think that'll be in year 3 or year 4 of construction. So our current thought is that price structure for the option has to have a time element on it.
Have you thought about staggering the option into 2 decisions? One to do the design, and one on whether you're going to build it or not.
Yes. We talked about different options, even if one option is Guideway all the way to Ala Moana, what's that price? Then what's it cost to put the two stations in?
Because it's cheaper to design it all as one, and you can design, but then if you are gonna, put the concrete down, then it's a different decision point. But like you said, you can wait until the gantries are almost gone, but you know what you're gonna do. Right?
So the update, so part 2 on that procurement will be posted probably in October. We'll have to have that figured out by October, but we're trying to develop that option in a way to either give us an all-in price and or give us an option, whether it's per unit, per foot, or per type of work, to extend it past Civic Center.
Bidders are gonna have to bid consistently to instructions on the RFP that are somewhat rigorous. They're not gonna be given like latitude to propose their own dates or how they would do it. I mean, it would be really, really difficult to compare proposals if you give them a lot of latitude.
Yeah, so
But then again, if you give them a lot of latitude, then you might get somebody that's really creative, right?
yeah, and I think I could talk about all this, so that's why I'm kind of pausing. But the process over the next year is going to be, once we shortlist, after the RFP phase, we go into confidential discussions with the 3 bidders. And through those confidential discussions, we encourage or allow certain types of ATCs, alternative technical concepts. So we basically say, industry, tell us the best way to build this. They shop ideas to us. We either say absolutely not, or yeah, let's explore that. And so throughout the next year, we'll be saying, all right, based on your innovation and ideas, we'll incorporate that into the plan until we finalize that right before pencils down and we get the bids. So we absolutely want to encourage design builder innovation, but we're going to have to tell them what the limits of that is. Is it to Civic Center? Is it by type of work, etc.? Yeah, does that
They
answer?
can only propose-
Michelle,
Yeah.
sorry to
This is
interrupt.
another discussion.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt you, but I know there's a fine line between financial cash flow and project. So hopefully you'll stay for the POC meeting, and my suggestion is I would like to reserve these type of questions that's clearly should be asked and discussed in detail in the POC meeting, if you don't mind, Michelle.
Okay, so do you wanna include in this committee the proposals on what it would eventually look like financially to get to Ala Moana, or do you want to reserve those for POC?
I think with respect to the proposal to Ala Moana, the recovery plan is to Civic Center. So what we're looking at in the cash flow, as much as we want to go to Ala Moana and know the price of that segment, the cash flow is not going to reflect it. It could be once we have that information, and if it's appropriate to commingle those 2 segments. Now one is just to Civic Center, and then you have a standalone segment, which I'm going to assume is not going to be federally funded, from Civic Center to Ala Moana.
I think
So-
you have to prove to yourself before you release the RFP, that you can afford the option, or you cannot put out an RFP for an option. You have to prove to yourself, we have to prove to ourselves that we have the money to afford the option. Otherwise, you shouldn't be putting an RFP out for the option. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. I don't want to speak on behalf of Nate, but to me, an
On that,
option is an
and
option.
We have to guarantee the base bid or be able to afford the base bid, but the option isn't guaranteed, so we don't have to.
You do not have to.
That's
No,
correct.
yeah.
Oh.
So it would be an option, not guaranteed, and dependent upon getting the successful funding.
And is that for any contract you let? So any option, you don't have to have the money for the option, you just have to have the money for the base. But you can
Solicit.
solicit for the option without the money.
Right.
Okay,
Robert, can I make a comment?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, Chair.
I understand the position. However, my position is until the FFGA is actually amended, our compact or our contract with the FTA is all the way to Ala Moana. So until that is until they amend the FFGA, it's irrespective of the recovery plan, the primary document, which is between the United States of America through the FTA, and of course the Department of Transportation and the City and County of Honolulu, is all the way to Ala Moana. The other point that I want to raise, and I understand we're trying to we're trying to put a very tight rope on this as to how we walk, but I'm not necessarily sure that Michelle's questions are not fair game, simply because, and this is what I was going to say, Nate and the rest of Hart presented a lot of information to the FTA's contractor, which was Triunity, when they did the Triunity report, which was all the way to Ala Moana. So there are projections there on costs, which actually then form the basis of the recovery plan, and irrespective of what it was, there are projections. And so I think it's fair game on them to have to respond to questions regarding, okay, how did you do this? What did you give Triunity, which is the agent of the FTA, basically, when you did all of this information? Because we, of course, all have to assume and are under a legal obligation that whatever information we present to a governmental agency that's going to depend upon that information, it has to be accurate. So whatever they said to give Triunity the information is going to be presumed to be correct. So I think in that sense, the questions until we have the FFGA amended and until, while we're discussing all of this, it's fair game because of the fact that Triunity, we have this intervening Triunity report, which formed the basis of the recovery plan as well.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So I guess the next question is, what kind of approach do we want to present in the cash flow report if we are relying on the current FFGA, which has not been amended and is due to Ala Moana? Should our cash position reflect the project to Ala Moana and make adjustments if and when the FFGA gets approved? It's just a discussion.
That's for you to decide.
Yeah.
That's for you and your committee to decide.
Okay, sure. Okay. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I don't want the staff to go through a whole bunch of changes, then have to revise everything, the following month. But this is just for discussion purposes, not asking whether we should actually reflect those numbers in the current cash statements. Thanks. Yes, Kika.
Yeah, so just for my clarification, because in last month's POC, I think I had asked for, and I think, Rick, you might have alluded to it in the beginning of your presentation, a backwards look at forecasts to Ala Moana, which is something that I've asked for in the POC, which is under the purview of the POC, and actually I think a joint POC finance committee. But I think if I'm following this correctly, I think what Robert is saying is for finance, he's focusing on cash flow, and what to Michelle's point, forward looking and looking at some projections and whatnot to Ala Moana, where I'm planning to take up and continue to look at in POC. Is that accurate? No, I mean, I'm looking at the financial plan. Well, financial plan, I think we talked about financial plan to Civic, and then a financial plan extended, right, with forecasts and projections to Ala Moana. And I want to work with Nate on how we come up with those numbers based on what he shared today. But that's what I'm hoping to pursue in the POC committee. So
Yeah, what Chair just provided is a very good starting point for us. Start from those tri-unity numbers. You know, if we rewind a year and a half, 2 years ago, we went through those Ala Moana numbers in detail. So that being a starting point would be reasonable, but I think that we can fine tune those a little bit more based on the last 2 years of progress. But that being a starting point would be good, and then my team can work on fine tuning those estimates based on what we've known over the last 2 years and go from there. Whether that's PIG or POC, it's up to you guys.
well, regardless if it's big, I'm still gonna do it in POC. So.
It's important.
Any other questions from other members? Okay, if there's none, I have a couple things, Nick and Rick. So I try to compare what your current numbers are to what was presented in the recovery plan. I know the recovery plan was done a year ago, but I still want to understand some of the differences. And one is very significant. So I just want to hear your thoughts on it. So anyway, looking at the project uses, that's everything excluding financing charge, both TECP and bond reserve and also geo interest. With respect to the recovery plan as compared to the current cash flow that is presented, it seems like many of the major expenditures, and when I say major, is about $465 million. That is moved from, fiscal 23 to 26 to really almost the end of the project in fiscal year 28, which the projected project uses increase from this current version of the cash flow as opposed to the recovery plan by $209 million. And fiscal year 29, comparing the same two documents, the current projection in the cash flow is 256 million higher than the recovery plan. So in fiscal year 29 is kind of toward the end of the project. So I just want to know your thoughts on why the significant movement in expenditures.
So I think to sum it up, just from my own understanding, there was 200 million plus additional in fiscal year 29.
28,
And
yes.
then another 200 plus in fiscal year 29.
256,
Okay,
yes.
so, yeah, 200 in each of those. So a lot of that has to do with the timing related to CCGS. If you look at the recovery plan, I think our anticipation to start CCGS was almost a year earlier than now. In this cash flow report, it has the actual procurement schedule for CCGS. We aren't expecting much movement from now because those dates have been actualized and then put in here. This cash flow is probably the most realistic picture of when we expect to spend the cash. I say that because if you look at all the design builds to date, we always perform towards the late curve in project controls world. So we're always on the later end of completing everything necessary on time in order to finish the project on time. So it's very reasonable to assume that that design build will follow that same expenditure curve, which is fine. That doesn't mean it's going to be delayed. It just means that it's going to spend later than the earlier curves or anything like that. So I think this cash flow is more representative of what we expect. The recovery plan was maybe a little bit more aggressive for timing of CCGS.
Okay, so just for clarification, in the recovery plan, even though expenditures are expected to be incurred at a certain time frame, certain fiscal year, and in the recovery plan, the full service date is fiscal year 2031, right? So in the latest cash projection, everything is moved back a year. So if I'm correct in hearing you, Even though the expenditures are moved back at least a year, the operation schedule is still 2031.
That's correct. That is our date, March of 2031. And moving CCGS back a year also moves core systems work back
Correct,
a year,
yes.
fair systems, also professional services, etc. But yes, you are correct. You know, we could spend at the recovery plan projections or at this cash flow projections or even later and still finish in March of 2031.
Because it all falls into the schedule contingency.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for that. So if just real quick to close the loop on that, in the recovery plan and our monthly progress report, right, we have, I think, 19 months of schedule contingency, whatever that base date of 29 is to March of 2031. Expenditures and performance can fall anywhere within that 19 months and still finish on March of 2031. We expect that it's never going to be on the early end. Like, we're never going to make the May of 2029 date. That wouldn't happen in construction. It never does. We're going to be somewhere in between, and somewhere in between is a victory. And that, you know, we complete the contract with the FFGA. But that is the contingency. It usually goes back and forth, but typically it's going to finish more towards the later end.
Okay, thank you, Nick. That's all the questions I have. Any other questions from other members? Kika?
One last one.
Yeah, sure.
On the cash flow, year-to-date actual, what period is that through? What date is that through?
Year-to-date actual would be fiscal year-to-date, so that'd
Yeah.
be July 1, 22 through current.
What is the current though? What is included in this number?
April. So we're showing April actual, so it'd be everything through April.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kika. Any other questions from members? Okay, hearing none, since this is a non-action item, we're gonna move to the second item on the agenda, which is the resolution 2023-6 relating to the Honolulu Authority for Rapid Transportation's request to the Honolulu City Council for approval of the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds. Do we have any public testimony? Thank you. And are there anyone in the audience? You, sir? Did you raise your hand? Okay, we have one. Okay, sure. Please come up. So thank you for coming and please state your
Thank you.
name.
My name is Kelvin. I'm Konahiki, Kelvin Hule. This project, my understanding, the puzzle is from Air Block to UH. So they will ask whatever to put up the money. So the money comes, right? Because they didn't show the puzzle with a plan. And then they get problem on the routes. So from A to Z, nobody ain't over there to Z because you get problem. So that money that came for the A to Z, I think when planning to maybe stop at N or D or what kind of problem. So I think that's a big problem. If you guys never have or a map or the right puzzle again, because the puzzle gotta change. That's why we get all these kind of consultation and the money is just getting wasted. Consultation. That's how I look at it. Consultation when we get plenty of money on these guys. And all this talking, I come here. I'm too smart, but my spirit telling me this is not porno. I feel something not wrong. Every time I come here, if I was a young kid, I'll be that kind. I would get arrested already. But now I get killed cool. And I think all the taxpayers, I don't know. I was a bad guy, I never paid tax. But I just trying to do something, but I never was, I never tried to be. Never respect my mother or my father. Well, I never see him too much. I never see my father. I get exempt because I went to school, everything, I never learned nothing. I learned research for nothing. I got from military, I got whatever. I got just like rape, and I was sophomore, my first sophomore year. I ran from my father. I mean, a military guy in park, and I got assaulted in a calm way. They give me that kind of pill, I sleep. I end up in his bed. And good thing I never remember nothing because I've been more complete. I just say, oh, whatever will happen. I don't really think about it. What I'm thinking about here now, and I'll tell you something. I'm for the queen because what she went through. I go in prison. I always say, oh, I pray to God. But I think about people and other kind of people, what they went through. I say, oh, hold on. I like thinking, oh, Mumbai, please, play with other guys. No. I'm not going to be selfish. I'm going to take my medicine. It's my fault. I hear. So it's accountability, responsibility now. So I respect that law, spirit. Because when I was 2016, I was homeless. I went to suicide myself. I used to go to the Capitol and just talk and say, you guys are all illegal. And I don't know what I'm saying. I tell you the truth. I don't know why. I got shame sometimes. I go back, homeless and kind, but always talking to the Capitol guys at the end of the meetings, right? Because when I hear the other guys talking, they get nice clothes. They're not really talking that make sense. So I'm telling you, hey, I'm going to talk.
Sir,
And I'm going to talk the truth.
sir,
But anyway,
sorry
okay,
to
I'm sorry,
interrupt
okay?
you. If you could summarize your
Like I said,
testimony,
this money,
please.
the financial thing is kind of don't look good to me, okay? I hear what you're talking, and I hear what she's talking, and I put two together. And I was a bookkeeper before. I know math a little bit. I'm kind of stupid, but math, accounting, I think it's only adding, subtraction. I mean, adding, subtraction. Yeah, you put in the cookie jar, and you take off from the cookie jar. And you put all the receipt inside here, right? So, you guys supposed to get all that accounting without Iwasi here. Supposed to be all bookkeeping, supposed to be all Pono. So, but we get the problem, something is wrong. The accounting, that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line. The money come in, the money go out. Even 1 penny. Like I always say, Alexi, we was with the accounting, okay, the real accounting. That's the bottom line to show. That's how you're gonna find all the cockroaches, all the guys who put their money in the pocket. Gotta be the accounting. You gotta show the facts right there. The sign. In and out. That's all.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
And I'd like to tell you
Members,
something. This is all illegal anyway because I can voice my word over here, okay? Please, thank you for letting me. Because I get evidence that this state is all illegal, okay? I get evidence of this annexation, okay? I get this paper. I'm gonna give them to the city council, state legislator, and all the churches, all these kind of people that think what they're doing, it's shame for the Hawaiians. It's a Mickey Mouse what you guys doing for us. You guys can help us and do the same thing in the departments. So simple. Because the government, the queen had like that. She had all kinds of departments. And they always cockroach her, they always overthrow her policies, her rights, but she had the rights, okay? So thank you for listening to my rights. I really appreciate it.
no, thank you.
Yeah, thank
Members,
you.
any
Thank you.
questions for the
I mean, you guys
testifier?
listen, but it's going to happen because for the White House, everything, all the government, what they did, it's sad to the people, the taxpayer people. Okay, please educate because
Yeah.
it's gonna affect you guys' kids. What you guys doing? Like Biden, everybody, it affects the kid. What my father did, it affect me, but I get careful and help me. And I do what is right. A law of spirit is a law, okay? What is law? Legality, judiciary, what? Everything is law. International law is law. We get a law. Who made the law? The queen, okay? And it's all Pono.
Okay,
We got
thank
law
you.
here, we know what is kind. This kind is kind. Because I grew up with plenty of law with people. Even though I was leaving for a while. Thank you.
Next. Please state your name, please.
This real project is nothing but fraudulent. We're sending a letter to Governor Eby, who owns Kamehameha Highway. He never answered our letter. He sent it to the Attorney General's office, Claire Connors. She left without answering our question. I turned in 14 statements that we steal the Kingdom of Hawaii. Now, the annexation was nothing but lies and bogus. The proof through research, separation of power, letter from Daniel K. Inouye, if you folks know who he is, covering doctrine of political questions by Jocelyn Costa. Number 2, U.S. Department of Justice. The memo states that the U.S. have only 3 to 12 mile limit from the continent. How far we are from the continent? 2,000 plus or so. That means we are not part of the United States. And our state is continuing to go under the state of Hawaii. We are not the state of Hawaii. The provisional government was bogus, made by missionaries. The territory of the Republic also was made by the missionaries. Now, the U.S. Court, Supreme Court memorandum, the documents show there was no annexation. Now, isn't that proof enough for you folks? No annexation by Williamson Chang, University of Hawaii law professor. He done the research. 5, the United Nations, Alfred and Desires, he called himself a doctor. Fraudulent annexation, research findings by Dr. Desires. We have international immunities. Kamakamaolis. That means the state, the city, and even the pharaoh, they have no jurisdiction over us. They cannot arrest us, they cannot tell us where to go, and we tell them where to go from now on. Breach of neutrality law, if you folks know about this. 1854 it was documented, is documented. That's why I'm here to tell you folks today that the Kingdom of Hawaii still exists today. If you folks not paying attention to it, down the road, you guys might go jail because you guys not listening to the neutrality law. So pay attention, folks. This is all true. And the letter that the 14 statements, tell most of the story. And we'll be back again because we get more to say the next meeting, if you folks have one.
Thank you for coming. Any questions for the testifier? Okay, hearing none. We'll move on to the resolution. Rick?
Excuse me, there's a resolution in the package for receiving approval, and then this would be forwarded to City Council. It relates to a refunding of previously issued general obligation bonds, 2019 E series. We discussed this a bit during the cash flow discussion. Are there any other questions on this that anyone has?
Any questions from members? Go ahead, Roger.
I know it wasn't in your time, but back in 2017, when these bonds were issued, why was the term so short?
You know, I got an answer on that from Bank of America the other day, and I don't remember exactly the wording of it, but it was due to, I guess that's at a point in time that there was a lot of discussion going on about the P3, about the funding, and the interest rates were fluctuating. So a decision was made on this. I can't speak to exactly why that happened.
I mean, clearly I'm in support of
Yeah.
funding it again.
I
I
mean,
just wondered why it
this
was.
in my work previously at Bank of Hawaii in Queens, I was always kind of shied away from any unique situations like this. I'd rather do just a fixed rate bond and you know what the deal is. So I can't speak to why this was done. Net, it's actually going to be a bit favorable to us when we refinance. Looking forward, I don't anticipate anything like this, especially given the fact that our term is narrowing. So this was just a unique situation. And this is the only of the currently existing bonds that is structured this way.
Question.
Go ahead, Jim.
So in 2017 or 2016, when this was originally contemplating, it was the bond, the face of the bond, 175,545, 5 million.
Yes.
That was it.
Yes.
So for the period of time that we've been paying on this bond, we never paid any of the principal down.
We started paying principal on this in August of last year. So none of it has been applied to the bond itself because our payments have been made in advance to BFS. So BFS is holding monies that we have paid on the premium, and we will continue to make premium payments over the next few months until the bonds are actually issued. So we anticipate having roughly 20 million, give or take, at BFS when these are refinanced.
When we refinance this particular bond, what is anticipated in terms of it? Is it going to be part of a larger bond that the city issues?
It'll be a unique series within the city's overall bond issuance. I don't know what the total amount that they're looking to issue, but they generally issue bonds every year in August. So this will be part of that bigger bond issuance.
So the other question I have is, okay, the city bonds, I assume, for most part, run 20, 30 years, right? And I assume this new issuance is going to be about 20, 30 years. We don't have any funding capabilities 20, 30 years out.
This series will be due, it'll be fully repaid by 2031.
It will be.
Yes.
So within this issuance, we're going to have a subset.
This will be a specific series of bonds within the overall bond issuance. And this one will have a shorter maturity.
Then if that's the case, right, how does this affect the projected debt service on our financial plan?
Well, the financial plan, we kept consistent in the financial plan through 2031, that $175 million bond issuance.
Okay.
So it really should have very little impact on the net. The impact would be the face value of the new bonds that are issued will be, we put in the reso 175 million. The amount that we have in the reso is an up to amount equal to what the current bonds are, just for safety purposes. In reality, we have 20 or so million sitting at BFS already toward principal. Right. So right from the get-go, the maximum amount that should be issued would be roughly 155. There may be, to your point earlier, there may be a premium. If once that's determined, that will also be used to pay down the bonds. So theoretically, the bond issuance could be 145. I don't know what that amount's going to be. So that will be less. We'll get a benefit from that premium, whatever that is, of bringing that down. So net, if you look at into the future, the interest payments on this will be less in total than under the current. And then the payments will be less due to the lower principal that we're entering into. So net, it'll be positive, but it won't be material in any period. It'll be a few $1 million.
So we'll see it at the end.
Yes.
So okay,
we'll see it over time, but it'll be kind of Manini amounts.
So when I'm looking at this, it looks like the debt service is on the last page, right? So when we're reading this, there's a debt principal repayments, and I assume that we also have the interest repayments earlier on, but this is the principal And that's what I'm concerned about, only because, you know, we run out of money to fund any kind of bond payments by 2031. So when I'm reading this and I'm trying to make sense of what you just said, I see the same figure on total principal debt repayment throughout this whole chart. You see that? Or am I reading this wrong? It looks like for all the different fiscal years.
It's not the same amount. There is a line item, the first line item under debt principal
Right,
is the GO bond payments,
right.
right?
And the total principal debt repayments,
Right.
right? So the reason why I'm saying it looks like a very similar figure is it's 3653, 3653, 3653. So for quarter three actual in 2023, it's 10959. You see that?
Oh, you're looking at the monthly schedule? Yes.
Right.
Over on a month-to-month basis, yeah, we kind of spread those out. We know what the payments are per year, so we kind of spread them out. Yes, but each year is going to be different.
So that's just the way, is that anticipated that Hart will be paying every month to BFS?
Yes.
All of these amounts of money?
Yes.
And this is supposed to cover then our total debt payments for all bonds?
Yes. It ramps up over time. If
Well-
you look at the annual section,
Which is on
Then-
page one,
well, if you look at page 3 of the annual one,
okay?
actually, if you look between page 1 and 3, on page 1 at the top, you see debt proceeds.
Right,
We talked about that earlier,
Right.
the TCP and the GO bonds. And if you look to the far right of that, you can see the total amount issued, 1125 over the course of the life of the project
Right.
for TCP that comes in, goes out, it gets repaid on an annual basis. It
when?
has only a 1-year term. The bond proceeds, you can see in total over the course of the project, a little over $2 billion in total bonds.
Right,
That nets out to, on page 3, if you look at debt service, toward the bottom, you got debt principal, GO bond, and you come all the way across, that's the 2038. So it's entirely repaid by the end of the project. And you can see the annual amounts here. We're still kind of early on in the repayment of those, so the amounts you see now are relatively small, but they do ramp up over time.
so this will include this anticipated one,
Correct.
45
Well, right now,
or whatever
in
it's
this one,
gonna
we
be.
left the 175 as your
Right.
but once it settles, then we'll update this for the actual amounts.
okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Any other questions from members? Natalie?
Thank you. Just a question about the rates, because you said that this is going to be a net positive for us. So what is the stated rate on the current bonds and then the new bonds?
Coupon rate that the city uses, I may have talked about this a little bit before you came in. The city generally issues its bonds, and we follow suit at a 5% coupon. That's much higher than market rates. That's where a premium gets is being. A bond purchaser would be willing to pay a premium because the coupon rate is higher than the market rate. So that 5% is going to be consistent. We have a 5% coupon on our current debt. We have a 5% coupon anticipated on this future issuance. So the rate paid won't change. Where the benefit comes in, because of that spread, we are likely to have a premium, to Chair's point on this, that will enable us to reduce the amount of principal. So the amount that we're paying interest on will go down. So, and again, it's not going to be a huge amount. Maybe, I think I was looking at it earlier today, I'm guessing maybe $1 million a year less in interest, which is a lot, but in the grand scope of this, it's kind of a mini amount, but probably $1 million a year, give or take, a reduction in interest expense.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members?
So the $1 million is for 175, or is it for the total amount
It's
that
the
we're gonna
delta
pay?
between the 175 and what the new amount may be
Right.
at the same interest
But you're
rate.
not saying that all we're gonna get is $1 million in premium for all the bonds?
No. I was talking, that was interest expense.
Okay.
I was saying the delta between what the new principal amount is going to be and the current principal amount, and using the same interest rate on that, we will have a benefit on interest expense.
For the
over time.
175,
Yes.
just so that we're clear. I
The
don't want
delta
people to
between
think
the
all we're gonna get
175.
is,
If it's 175 now and the new one's, let's say 45 or 50, we'll be paying interest on the lower principal amount.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions from members? I have one thing, for presentation purposes, just listening to the conversation, maybe after the bonds are issued, for presentation purposes, just to make things more clear, if you could put, the issuance as a bond proceed and the retirement of the current series as a bond repayment. So it'll net out to zero, but from a presentation standpoint, it makes things a lot more clear.
Okay, we can have that, sure.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So do I hear a motion to accept resolution 2023-6 relating to the Honolulu Authority for Rapid Transportation's request to the Honolulu City Council for approval of the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds? Do I hear second? We are moving second. And any other discussions on this subject matter? Hearing none, could I have a unanimous consent? Okay, thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the meeting is adjourned at 10:15.
Everybody want to take a 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Or you guys want to rock and roll?
No, 5 minutes.
We're being optimistic on our scheduling of committee meetings.
Yeah, Cindy only believed in half an hour meeting.
Good morning. Today is Thursday, June 8th. This is the Committee on Project Oversight, and I want to call this meeting to order at approximately 10:25. Roll call first, myself present, Vice Chair Michelle,
Present.
Anthony Alto,
Present.
Roger Morton. Present. I want to note the absence of members Mark Howland, Ed Sniffen, and Art Tolentino. And also want to note the presence of Chair Colleen Hanabusa, as well as Natalie Iwasa and Joe O'Donnell.
Robert.
And Robert, you at a future moment in time. With that said, we'd like to move into the agenda item number 2, April 2023 monthly progress report. Nate Meddings.
Alrighty, thank you. Aloha board members, Nate Meddings, Heart Project Director. I'll be doing the April 2023 monthly progress report overview. It is shared up on the screen, or I'll give you page numbers corresponding to whatever update I'm giving. So the first update's on page 4. It's also up on the screen. That's the main core accountability table. Tracks our progress against the recovery plan there. We spent $5.3 billion to date. Our unallocated contingency remains 242, and our allocated contingencies at 470 million based on the 452 that was in the recovery plan. On the next page, page 5, is the overall key items highlight. I'll stop here. I'll cover each of these. Hopefully that'll capture all the significant progress, and then I'll open it up to questions if that's okay with the chair. So the first overall key item talks about CCOR Dillingham, the infrastructure. So AT&T work is the critical path right now. NAN is 8 months into that contract. And right now they're on schedule, on budget. What you see out there, you see them consistently working under the same MOT restrictions. That's going to be a lot of painful progress for the public, for us for a while. Expected completion of that again is February of 26. No significant updates for the CCOR Dillingham project. The electrical component of CCOR downtown, that is CCOR 3E. It's also an agenda item, so you'll see that. We are doing that as an amendment to the Coluccio contract. But the infrastructure work is ongoing. I think they are close to 50% complete on time. Downtown utility completion is September of 2024. And then I'll leave the electrical work description for when I do the change order presentation, unless there's questions. The third bullet talks about Dillingham electrical work. So we just received the 100% designs from HECO. So that's about 8 months after we were able to award the infrastructure contract. I wanted to highlight that because that's a key aspect of the change order that I'm going to present, just the lag between electrical design and the infrastructure design. But essentially on Dillingham, we received the 100% electrical design. We expect to go on the streets for that procurement, which is a RFB, request for bid, a low price procurement, low bid procurement. We expect to go on the streets probably late next month, so late July. The next bullet, Hammerheads. So very, very happy to report that Hammerheads are complete. We achieved the operational readiness date at the end of May. The retrofit work, the physical work was actually complete May 22nd. So really great group between Kiewit and HNTB being the design builder, our stakeholders at DTS, HDOT, all the consultants, FTA had that. So we got good feedback from the whole group that it was a well put together collaborative process, and it's highlight that a job well planned is half done. So happy with the work. It wants you to actually put eyes on it out in the field. The end product is visually appealing. It's not as invasive as we would have thought. Hopefully everybody can get out there and actually look at it. It's hard to tell if you're just driving past it. So it's good product. We're happy with that. But again, Hammerheads and supporting documentation is complete. I'll share the news yesterday. We signed our final safety certification report that certifies everything is done. I think Lori reported 2 weeks ago at the board meeting that we did the conditional safety certification, meaning everything's complete from a safety perspective except for the hammerheads. Yesterday, we got all the final documentation. We closed out all the non-conformances and we signed the official safety certification. So it's official. Just wanted to highlight that. The next bullet's on segment 2. So the fixed facility or the civil work is nearing completions. We expect the stations to be complete from a construction perspective by the end of the year. And then the core systems guys get up, start running trains, start doing the testing, pulling cable, and mid-year 2025, so about 2 years, they will be done and we should be able to open to the airport, past the airport. The last bullet is the CCGS procurement. No real update from previous. We posted it on April 4th. It has been posted. We expect part 2 to be released in October of this year. And then we're full speed ahead and hopefully get an award by summer of next year. Those are the major. I mean, I was going to wrap that up and say that's the major highlights and open it up to questions.
Really,
I could go over those two real quick. The summary of changes there below just talks about the AGS substantial completion date. Previously reported as August. It's being reported as September now. But if I had to guess, the most realistic projection would be sometime by the end of the year. I think early November or December is the best guess for when that STG will be complete with that work. And also the traction power backup generators have obtained substantial completion due to segment 1, so they're going to fall off the major contract pages.
okay. Are you, Paul?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Michelle?
Yeah, I have a number of questions, but I'm sure you have all the answers. The airport section with Hitachi. You know, I looked at the cost and the schedule for that. It was kind of like, just get the last mile done kind of thing, right? What's going on with that? Like, what is going on with that? It's like 98, whatever it is. It's like, okay, well, just finish it then, right? What's the delay?
So it's very, very painful to close it out and get these final station elements complete. And we're experiencing that. They've had a lot of resource troubles here, which maintaining certain amount of craft labor.
Are we competing with other places? Are we getting a priority issue?
So we're seeing resource constraints on every project. It's, I think everybody's maxed out, works really good. Everyone has a good backlog of work from the contractor's perspective. It's a very tough finish with STG right now. They average 200 plus craft laborers out there every day. We validate those. And so there's a lot of people out there. There's just a lot of work. So, they're kind of scarcely spread throughout the stations, buttoning it up. But it highlights what we're trying to change in the CCGS contract. It's the architectural finishes and the pretty elements and the all of the exterior components that are made to look real pretty take up a lot of time. And they're experiencing that right now. A lot of it has to do with some lengthy delivery times, just post-COVID impacts.
No, they're not on the critical path. It was more just close this damn thing out, right? It's one more thing to have to worry about. Okay.
We agree.
Page 71, HR staffing. Have they started? That HR person?
Yes, we have an HR person. She has started. Sally. She started. Sandy. I'm sorry, Sandy.
Okay.
But she started in May.
Okay, got it. The project controls postings. Are those
vigorously hunting
on the
for that.
street?
Yeah. So we have a lot of applicants. We have a lot of candidates submitted resume, and we probably have about a dozen applicants that are qualified. We're trying to get it through the city side, so we're kind of holding off on the consultant side. But there are multiple different interviews
Right.
scheduled.
Right.
So
I mean,
we're
I would
pursuing
really
that.
love to get more people on island that really know how to run projects, right? We all want that, so.
So we're
okay.
actually open to a director of project controls and a deputy
Yes.
director. So we'll grow a deputy into a director, vice versa.
Okay. There are a number of 2023 intergovernmental agreements that are due. I can't remember what page that was on, shoots. But anyway, there's this giant list, right? Who's working that, and are any of them critical to rail operation?
Yes, the ones that are critical for rail operations have been identified and all have a path forward and or executed. So,
Are there any outstanding that we need that are kind of like in this interim state that, yeah, you can operate, but then they're like, it's still holding out on us?
yes, so there are some that give us the ability to operate that aren't fully final.
Right.
Like the Aloha Stadium is one I can think of. So
Okay.
they voted at their board meeting 2 weeks ago to extend our right of entry. That allows us to get into operations as we go through the actual agreement and finalize that.
Who do you have in charge of that for park?
So I do have, on the last agenda item is transfer of capital assets procedure. My counterpart on DTS, part of Roger's team, Patrick Presser, is here, and we can go through all those. We're gonna go through types of asset status, where we're at. But so Krista is in charge of the intergovernmental agreements.
So are those liens because they're in interim status, and in the end, the intergovernmental agreement moves from HART to DTS control, correct?
That's correct. So through operations, everything transfers over to
Yeah, but
DTS.
you're not, if it's not finalized, it's kind of
I do believe that there's only
it's like
one.
a punch list
I
item,
think
right?
there's only one that's not finalized that's in an interim state.
I just wanna make sure that everybody knows what we owe and when it's gonna get done, so that it can get transferred in a timely manner and finished, if it needs to be finished after official signage opening.
Yeah, so we've identified everything needed for opening and checked those boxes.
Yeah, I know,
and
but like some of it might just be like, oh, it's an interim and you can operate, but then it's like, well, where's my agreement? I'm not doing it. You gotta do it. And you're like, well, you're operating already. You know what I'm saying? Just, but it's Krista, so I'm probably not gonna be as worried about it, to be honest.
So Krista's driving that. Krista's driving all those home, and then Patrick ensures on the DTS side that it's what he needs to operate. And sometimes there's.
I don't know, I'm looking for this.
Yeah, I mean, I can come out say, I know I'll get there anyways, but it's like,
Are you cool with the plan?
yeah. So yeah, Patrick with DTS, Director of Rapid Transit.
Michelle, are you at page 11? Should I check?
Yeah.
I think it's page
I think
11.
it is page 11.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it's that one. Yeah, it's that long list of agreements that we need. I mean, those are things that kind of like take a long time to sign, right? You know, people have to get approval and then approval and then approval, and it's not like we can't operate, but it's one of those things that just take time.
So you won't be able to find it there. So the majority of those are project level agreements that aren't just associated with segment one. Most of those are for construction. As we near completion, we start to talk about the ability to operate with those. And you're right. I mean, some of these things, as I highlighted in Krista's presentation a month or two ago, had been lingering for years. And she came on, she drove them home. And I think they're all good except for Aloha Stadium, which gives us ability to operate, but it's not preferred.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. There's approximately 40 properties that transfer over to DTS. It is something that we're closely monitoring. We'll talk more during the next presentation around transfer of capital assets. But we have basically a procedure in place, process in place for any exceptions related to the real property, which this would be considered an exception. So there is a construction right of entry that's been extended. It does sunset, so it has a time deadline. In that procedure, it's very clear what the roles and responsibilities are, and we jointly monitor and track that to prevent a situation where we've expired and have resolved the issue. So,
And there's no legal issues with the right of entry, with people parking or anything else, or, you know what I'm saying? Like,
All those get reviewed on core, both on the HART core and the DTS core, to ensure that it gives us what we need.
yeah, so the titles are held by the city and county of Honolulu for HART. CORE has reviewed everything, and we are able to execute everything via a jurisdictional transfer. So there's not anything per se legally that has to happen. But in addition to that, the parties, I would say HART, DTS, and CORE are also kind of working through an MOU that makes clear everybody's roles and responsibility, because there's other departments that are impacted from real property transfers, including like BFS, Department of Land Management. So we want to make sure that they're aware as well.
okay. On page 26, the CCUR projections. Number one, they don't ever finish. Number two, like, the projection looks like between January and October of 2024, they don't really do anything. So what is going on? This is a critical path. What is going on? Has NAN given you a final plan for what they're doing? What is going on with that?
So this one is for downtown, and so this is the Coluccio contract.
Sorry, yeah.
No, you're good. But no, you picked up on a key fact there. So for everyone's information,
Sorry, NAN.
yep. So the top dash line there, black line, blue line, dotted line, that's the early curve. So like Robert asked, that is if everything happened according to plan and not one thing was delayed, that the performance would be based on that small dash line up above. That purple line is saying if everything finishes as late as possible, and then it would be trending towards that late curve like it is. Now, the blue projection, as Michelle, you picked up, is only going to 80%, right? So they never finish. In a couple months, you guys will see some deductive change orders for design optimizations that eliminated utility work. And since it's not fully vetted and approved and executed in a change order, Michelle, our estimate at complete right now is only 80% of the original contract
value. You're gonna have a deductive RFP and give that to.
That's correct. So we expect Coluccio to finish under the contract value due to those design optimizations.
That's still late though.
It is still late. The contractor tells us they're on time and that they will finish on time, and they have a plan to ramp up and finish on time. But if you take their average production rate per day and extrapolate it over time, it shows a late finish. And so that's what we're saying here is based on your production rate, you're not going to finish on time, even though they continue to tell us they're going to ramp up and finish on time.
So my fault, but where's the CCUR Dillingham curve that looks like that?
It is the next page. CCUR for Dillingham. And so this is representative of what a curve should look like, especially at the beginning of the contract. You got your early curve, you got your late curve, and it should be in between, right? Yes. And that's the beauty of these curves. It's one curve provides all that information that you just extracted.
Okay, now the same question, have they given you their final plan? And from what I read, it seems as though they're still performing a lot of the work, but then like they're not using all the crews that we thought they were going to use. So somehow, I don't know what it was, but it was like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 crews we thought they were going to use, but they're only using like 3 or 4, and they're still getting all the work done. So I'm just like, huh?
They are meeting their required production rate to finish on time, and
are they doing the easy stuff first or something?
yeah,
or
there you
what's
go.
going on?
Exactly. So we've seen Coluccio started at the hardest point possible and started digging handholds and doing all that. And so you're not accruing as much money as you are time, And so NAN went the other way, and they're tackling all the easy stuff first, right? They're doing critical path work and then just trying to chunk it out as they go, because they kind of need to. Coluccio, the downtown project, has the convenience of not being as time constrained. Man, if you lose a day, you lose a day because it's a critical path. You don't have that time. So we squeezed you into a 38-month schedule.
Except for that, I guess I've kind of always been concerned about this one, just because it's great that it's paid by the mile, but it's kind of challenging because it's paid by the mile. Because you do the easy miles first, you leave the hard miles to last, and then you're just like, you know what? It's not worth it to me to do the hard miles. And then you're kind of stuck because that's a critical path, right? So I'm concerned with the prioritization of, how they're doing it, and if they're staggering it around, and however we're gonna, if we end up being late on something, and I guess you just have to watch it through next year, right? You just got to keep watching it. But that's always a challenge when you do the easy things first and you leave all the hard things for last, because I've seen contractors just walk away from the hard stuff because it's just not worth their money to do it, because it costs them more to do the hard things and to get paid for it. Okay. Last question, the proposals, when are the proposals due for the CCGS? You said the RFP is gonna go out in October or so. And when are the proposals, when do you think the proposals are gonna be due? And what does the source selection schedule look like? Because it seems kind of tight between bid, and then source selection.
End of June, I think. End of June is when so we're gonna post part 2 in October, and then.
And how long does the source selection team have to do the reviews and make the recommendations to you guys?
On part 2, like the ultimate selection, I think we only programmed in 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
No. We're gonna fly everyone in that's needed. We're gonna lock everyone in a room, and we're gonna get through it. It's a critical path, and we don't want to be on it as the owner. But we'd rather give the additional 2 weeks to the contractor, or 3 weeks to the contractor.
Okay, so just be really clear on what the criteria is and how you're going to do the evaluation, because that's a really tight schedule. When you do the one-on-ones with the 3 selected bidders, are you using 3 different teams, or are you using one team, and how are you handling proprietary ideas?
I I'm not sure what I can and can't say, and I continue to get in trouble after these meetings about what I do say about an open procurement. Can I get a reading from CORE and maybe figure out like what I exactly can say? Because that's getting into the evaluation criteria, which not even everybody on the HEART team has seen, because it's a select few, because it's so important.
It's more a question of, contractors generally have good ideas, but they don't generally want to share their good ideas with everybody that's bidding, right? And so how are we protecting them in doing that?
In general, we have a selected technical review committee, and that's the same technical review committee that will meet with each contractor. And we have identified reachback subject matter experts that we are allowed to pull in based on that subject matter. But it's that core group of technical review committee that's going to be on there to the end.
Just make sure that they understand that they need to make sure that they're clearly labeling, the bidders are clearly labeling what they need protected, so that there's no tech transfer between the teams. That's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Chair, I just have a Manini one. Among the agreements that you've got to finalize is a license agreement with DR Horton for a park and ride. It's listed as interim. I'm wondering why it would be an interim park and ride.
Because there's a permanent one that's going to be built later. So we just leased it.
It's a greenfield site and they decide to build 2 car parks. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I want to note the presence of member Mark Howland as well. Members, any other questions? Natalie?
Just to follow up on Michelle's question, or a statement that she made, that when she's seen contractors walk off when they get to the end of a job that's been started on the easy parts. So in the contracts, I would hope that you have some kind of clause in there that if they don't finish, they pay a penalty, or reduce the contract, something along those lines. And then, is that even a likely thing for this? Or
So, no, well, first, yes, there's a clause in there, so if you'd walk away with that, I took her mic. If you walk away from a contract, we'd go after the bonding company, and the bonding company is responsible to provide a contractor to finish that work. But this is Nan's backyard. Dillingham is Nan's backyard, and they actually have been very good partners with working through a lot of issue. So they're getting some low hanging fruit first, which anyone, most contractors would do, but they're full speed ahead on the critical path. And the way we have that contract set up is, you don't get a monthly profit. Your profit's built into production. So their profit is built into a lineal foot of ducting or a lineal foot of cabling. And so they don't get paid unless they put in that lineal feet. So their incentive is to put work into the ground. And so I don't think that's a big risk at all for all of those points.
There were a contractor, not necessarily Nan, but any contractor on the job who didn't finish, even though the payments are being structured to what is actually completed. If that were to happen, we would have to incur additional costs to go out and rebid or have somebody else fill in and do the job, right? Or
That's the importance of bonding and then retention, as we talked about.
that's true. Okay.
So, if there's any inclination of rework or quality issues or anything like that, we just start upping our retention and holding it above and beyond.
Members, any other questions? Chair? Chair?
I may have missed something, but remember when I think Michelle and I think even Natalie was working on condensing this? Whatever happened to that? Am I missing something? I thought it was like supposed to be down to 10 or 15, something like under 10 pages maybe? And what did we decide not to do it? And I didn't know that we decided not to do it? What
Chair, we
happened?
were working on that, but there didn't seem to be agreement among the board members, so we just did status quo.
I apologize,
we're
Chair. I
open
think
to
I had a little bit to do with that. I kind of like.
I just wanted to know if I missed something, because I was thinking, where is that document? Because you were trying to give us in the past. We got something that was like,
Streamline Nate version.
right. So I'm not wrong on that.
Correct.
So somewhere between Streamline Nate version to now, we dished your Streamline Nate version?
I think the compromise was reviewing overall key items.
Okay, I just thought
Yeah, that was the
something happened, because I know they put a lot of work in it, so I was kind of wondering, where's their hard work in doing that? But okay, as long as everybody agrees, I'm fine. I just wanted to know. Thank you, Kika.
With that said though, is everybody okay with the current format of the monthly?
I'd rather see earned value, but as long as I can do it in my head, the old fashioned way, I'm okay with it.
Yep.
It's easier with those metrics, but when you're basically looking for that blue line to be in between those two lines, okay? So when it starts deviating down or flattening out or anything else, then that's what you're really looking for. But you can only see that in hindsight, right? It takes months for us to see that in hindsight with this kind of curve. That's the challenge of this. Whereas earned value, it's a more metric-based system on earning all those milestones, right? As opposed to just being the last 4 months, 5 months. But I'm sure you have them, and maybe I can just see them on the side. We don't have to present them here. I know you have them. That's how you manage, right?
That's correct. We do have those. Yeah, if I had to pick one snapshot of anything to see when I was walking into a project, it would be this curve. Because it shows you how you're going to finish the job, what you've been spent to date, what your parameters are, early and late, your estimate of completion, all that good stuff.
The only one thing that is probably more confusing than anything is what they planned versus what they're actually achieving, right? Because then they'll show their plan and then they're not on their plan, right? But yeah, this curve is fine.
Members, you guys okay? Yes, Roger.
One final question, and just in terms, you said that the progress is measured in linear feet. Is the process to determine that is take the full bid and just divide by the number of feet? So how is that linear feet, calculated?
So on the utility projects, which is very different than the design builds and other projects, every type of work has a quantity and a price. And the percent complete and the payment are associated with quantities installed.
Okay, I get it. Thank
Whether
you.
it's square foot, lineal feet, lump sum, each.
Members, any other questions? Seeing none. Nate, you wanna move on to the PMOC? Is that, oh wait, yeah, item number 3, PMOC report.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I will just do the April.
I'm sorry.
Chair, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
testimony.
Yeah, my apologies. Is there any testifiers in person or online on item number 2, monthly progress report? Seeing none, okay, if we can move on to item number 3, PMLC report, and before you get going, Nate, and I forget again, is there any testifiers online or in person for item number 3, PMOC report? Seeing none, okay, Nate.
Thanks, sir. All right. So PMOC report, this is the April 1 and it's on the March 23 progress report. So it's a month older information than what I just presented. As a reminder, this is April, but it's on the March progress report. Yeah. So it's a month less current than what I just presented, but I'll still give the most up-to-date information. As a reminder too, everything remains the same unless it's italicized text. That means the update. So please take the presentation to page 5, please. And I'm just going to go through these major issues or concerns based on that table and give the updates and move forward. So scroll a little bit down to table 1.3, please. This talks about the FFGA amendment. We briefly touched on it earlier. We anticipate the evaluation to happen in August. I think we'll have all of our effort complete by the end of this month, and then we submit it for final review, which is 45 to 60 days, and that's where we get the August date from. But in the next 2-3 weeks, we should be pencils down with everything that we're doing and submitted and just waiting on review. Next page, please, page 6. The next major issue is operational readiness. We achieved it end of May. Hammerheads are completely fixed. May 22nd, we signed globally the final safety security verification report yesterday. That then goes to DTS. DTS then submits it to HDOT. HDOT then submits it to the FTA. So that process has initiated. It's years in the making. It was a very special moment yesterday to all come together and be the people that get to bask in that moment and actually sign it. So a lot of good people have worked towards that. And of course, operational readiness, end of June for opening. So that's the update there. At the bottom of this page talks about the concrete cracking in the hammerheads. All final documentation has been submitted, circulated, reviewed, approved, and so we are good to go in that regards from hammerheads. Everything's fixed and safe. We got a letter from the EOR saying that all restrictions for passengers on the platforms are lifted and you're good to go into revenue service. Bottom of page 7, CCGS procurement. We talked about that a bunch. No changes to that schedule. I do expect October to hold pretty consistent. If there's any changes over the next few months, of course, we'll let you guys know on that schedule. That's in October, part 2, and then hopefully an award here in summertime of next year. And then it talks about CCR construction, talks about Dillingham being the critical path, day-for-day delay on the project, of course. Next page, page 8, there on the bottom, discusses the risk management contingency monitoring based on the risk refresh. I did a risk presentation a month or so ago, talked about the updated P65 costs. They are in line with the recovery plan estimate at completion. We meet every quarter and go through a risk, a risk update. not a full-blown risk reset, but we just refresh our risk registers quarterly. If there's any major changes, I think that's when I'll bring them to the board and talk about any changes related to the risks, but open to comment on that as well. And that concludes the major issues or risks from the PMOC report, and happy to answer any questions.
Members, Robert?
Thank you, Kika. Just quick question on the transfer of from HART to DTS. So there's a memorandum of agreement that was signed by both DTS and HART in April of 2019, and there's certain things that that each party is responsible for. Are we following this agreement? I know this agreement is not in great detail. A lot of things are very general, but are we, to the extent we can, are we looking at this agreement just to make sure things are fulfilled?
Yes, we are. That it's a little bit dated when you look at the dates and everything there, but in general, we are absolutely following that. The last agenda item will highlight like what the processes are, any outstanding items there. The last agenda item, if you want to go through that in more detail. But we are following and outlining the MOU there. Some things are outdated, like I think it says revenue service, will be 2018 or 2019 or something like that. But in general, we are following that MOU.
Oh yeah, many things in this MOU is kind of dated. I understand, but there's not an updated document. So, so as far as a member of the, for me, this is the only governing document so far, whether it's dated or not. And we could talk about that in agenda item 5 with respect to the transfer of contracts or the assignment of contracts that's talked about in the MOU, and also your approach in after the transfer, if there are any additional costs that may be incurred from East Kapolei all the way to Aloha Stadium, that we have a proper process to make sure that that's not O&M related and that is capital related. So Chair, I'll just wait for item number 5.
Yep, no, I think that's a very good question, and it might be helpful, and I might be jumping ahead of myself, but if we can maybe hold some of the questions related to the transfer of assets until that agenda item, but it might be helpful if there is an updated MOU, or if even maybe the members of the committee, if we could maybe get a copy of the MOU that Mr. Roberts referring to, and if there is an updated one, if we could get a copy of that as well. Appreciate it. Okay, sorry, members, any other questions? Natalie?
Thank you. We've talked about this before, but on the full funding grant agreement, can you refresh my memory anyway, what the process is? Because right now you're working on the fine tuning the amendment, and then at some point it has to go to city council. So can you, and the board has to approve it too. So can you outline that timeline for us?
Dan Suda, HART Deputy Project Director. So currently the environmental reevaluation, which ties into the FFGA, we are working with the FTA to get that submitted to the DOI for their review. In terms of the FFGA City Council review.
Yeah, once we receive that concurrence from DOI, I would assume that is the final thing needed on the FFGA, and there's not going to be edits coming from the FTA on that. And then once we get that feedback, I assume that's when we go and get board approval and council approval.
So just confirming board approval comes before council approval.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Michelle?
I probably asked this question like 2 years ago, and I can't remember the answer. We had the P65. Are you constrained on how that number is calculated? Because it seems as though a lot of the risk, like there's some ahead of us. It's more unknown risk that's ahead of us, not known risk. We built like the guideway, we built sections. I would have expected the P65. I would have expected that number to be like more like P80. You know what I'm saying? We had to lower it almost to P65 to fit the cost in. So are you constrained by how you calculate these probabilities of completion?
I don't think we are constrained by anything. I think my best response to that, if I understand the question, would be, we put a lot of those known risks, like you said, into our base cost estimates now. So the time it takes to build things and everything we experienced on segment 1 and 2, we've included in base cost estimates now.
That's why I think it should probably more look like a P80. You know what I'm saying? It's like, we know that stuff. I'm having a hard time with it being a P65.
Yeah, I would agree with you since we awarded CCUR Dillingham. That was a huge stepping stone to have retired a lot of risks.
And would you expect as time goes on that number to change or that number not to change?
I think it's going to hold steady till we award CCGS. CCGS makes or breaks us.
And then when you award CCGS and you have an understanding of what that cost is and what that schedule is, then we would see an update.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And you would run the Monte Carlo again
Based on
next
that
year
award.
sometime,
Yeah.
late next year,
Based on that
They'd
award.
have to actually get their plan together and give that to you and everything else and get started. So we probably are really looking at 2020, the beginning of 2025 for an update.
Yes. But that award makes or breaks the estimate at completion. It really sets our contingency levels to the end. Yeah. So that award's everything.
Michelle, are you saying that you think that the probability of risk should be higher?
No, I'm saying that we've built this stuff before, and I think Nate's right. I think the real unknown is what the bids are gonna come in at, right? That's the biggest unknown, and that's why you're seeing it at P65. That's kind of almost, in my mind, it's like almost 50-50 whether we'll make it or not, right? So, once we put that under contract, we're gonna have a lot more confidence in what we believe. Then it turns into can you manage the project correctly? Not oh my God, are people gonna even bid on this? What the bid costs are gonna come in? What is that gonna look like? And that's gonna take a lot of risk out of the project. It'll turn into a program management and in an unknown kind of thing, like is there a hurricane coming kind of thing, or do we dig up something? Not are we gonna get somebody to bid on this and what is it gonna look like? And is it gonna fall within our cost projections? So I think my answer is that that's the biggest, I agree with everyone. I think that's basically the biggest risk. I mean, the utilities work and the unknowns associated with that and the guideway procurement is the biggest risk. And that'll also tell us, whether we're gonna be able to afford anything after that. I have a second question. I know that, Anthony, you had one meeting with your PIG so far. Did Hart staff attend that at all? Did you have somebody from Hart staff attend? Because I think what we're looking for is kind of a collaborative effort to, kind of look to the future and come up with some good ideas. And I think that it can be collaborative, at least between management and they can bring back some things. So I think my suggestion would be that I'm not sure that there were Hart people in that meeting.
But it was deliberate because we consulted with Laura.
Microphone.
She basically said,
Microphone.
she basically said,
Wait a minute. It's a pig issue. I see Dan Gluck's walked in. Now it's a pig sunshine law. So what is the ability to discuss what went on in a pig meeting? None. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. And I don't want us to have to.
No, yeah, it's not what happened in the meeting, but
Why? Whose ability to attend the meeting?
yeah, I thought I asked that we
That's
do.
all
It's all protected.
by the pig. The pig
Okay.
determines that. So it's
Okay.
going to be revealing what went on in the discussion on the
Okay.
pig. Sorry.
true, Dan? No discussion about who attends the pig or what is discussed in the pig until the pig reads out.
Except we know who could attend the pig, that's a member of the board, but what you're asking for is basically what the pig decided in terms of asking for consultation, for investigation. That's the way I'm interpreting it. What do you think?
Generally, I would agree with the chair that they should report that when it's done, but otherwise not in communication.
What about whether Hart can attend or not? You can't discuss that?
I would suggest talking to the chair.
Dan, you wanna come up so that, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I don't wanna like.
Yeah.
Sunshine law. I just wanna make sure that we're
And-
getting
and-
kind of everybody that might be able to contribute at the pig. that's
Just
all.
for everybody listening in and viewing, what pig are we referring to?
Alamwan and beyond.
Alamwan and beyond.
Oh, okay,
On and beyond.
okay. Dan, is there anything you need to share in addition on record or?
No, if the committee has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Does anybody have any questions regarding the
Well,
pig?
for us, Hart is more than happy to attend. We feel like we have some pertinent information, so we're more than happy to attend.
I don't think it's revealing, it wasn't discussed in the pig. Basically, what we said was, we'd like your help, and the request was, can we get the section open first and then we'll help you. And
Yeah, so I would suggest that one or more members of the PIG have that discussion with Lori offline.
Okay,
Okay,
sorry, didn't mean to dig into that.
no worries.
Let's say,
This committee is always interested in that topic, so anyway. Anybody else have any questions?
I have some.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. You pointed out, Nate, page 6 of the PMOC report, but what I'm curious on page 6 is the final draft or draft final OP54 report. And I wanted to know whether it was done. And first of all, can you just briefly tell the public what OP54 report is and whether it's done? In other words, do we get a copy of it? What happened to that report?
Yeah, so the OP54 is essentially the readiness review by the FTA to review an agency's readiness for revenue service. FTA did this one in 3 parts, which usually isn't a good sign from the beginning. I mean, I think it started 2 years ago, but the final part was done earlier in the year. We received their draft report, which we reviewed, comments sent over, and I think we're expecting their final report this month.
And I assume that DTS is involved in that as well.
Yeah, and HDOT as well.
Right.
Yeah, and so we're expecting that final report this month, and that allows us to get to opening.
That was my issue because I thought, well, if we don't have the final report, we've got this June 30th thing. And, I think that report predates doing that, right? You have to get the final report done before you do the opening on the 30th, the revenue service.
I believe so. And in the initial report, there's no safety critical items, and there's nothing that would hold us up. And so I don't see a reason why they can't button that up in the next few weeks and send over.
But if they don't, how does it is a risk item? Okay, that was my question. Is I hate to use this word, but whether it can trump it. So clearly, it's a problem. My second question is, and this maybe I don't know if you're gonna toss this to Vance or not, but the part of the FFGA amendment that we've all been waiting for is the environmental component of it. I think I asked at the last meeting, and I think the request went in as to, okay, who is, if we have an accepting authority on the final, whether there's going to be a FONSI, an EA, or a FEIS, or nothing. I mean, whatever that may be. I heard Vance say that the last thing he needs is DOI, which as far as I'm concerned is interior. And that's not somebody who played in the original structure. So where are we on, I think you called it section 4 before, on the part of the FFGA that results with an EIS related or environmental related review. So where are we on that? And do we have an accepting authority?
So currently, we are working on the second 4F document that FTA submits to Department of Interior, as you mentioned. Once they review and complete, the next steps will be with the state process. So right now, our team is meeting with the State Environmental Review Program to understand fully how that process works and what's required.
When you're talking about the state process, you're talking about HRS 343. That's that process, which has within it that there's got to be somebody who accepts it. So who is the accepting authority?
Our understanding is the governor.
So that was the discussion we had the last time. So it is the governor. Now, I think what you said was, and I think it was to Michelle, no, it was Natalie's question. You said, after, what this all involves next is the board approval and council approval. But that's not necessarily true, right? Because you got to get through the state first before you come to us, and then you go there. So we still have an issue as to where are we in the process before you get to us and you get to city council, so that you have the city and county Honolulu being the basically the entity that will amend the FFGA. So what's that timeline?
So we're meeting with the State Environmental Review Program next week just to understand what the process is, what's the requirements. Once we have that meeting to better understand that, we can report on what the process is, timeline on completion.
So have you gotten at least an assessment as to whether you got to do public hearing? Which is usually part of the process, by the way.
We have our interpretation, but we are still looking into what that process is.
And when do you expect to hear?
Next week.
Next week? You're going to meet with them next week?
Correct.
So are you meeting with OEQC or are you meeting with somebody else?
I actually don't know who exactly.
All right. I just wanted to clarify that the state is involved and it is 343 and the governor is the accepting authority. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Any other questions? Mark?
On the 343, somebody had to submit an initial document. You submitted an initial document already, right?
I'm not sure.
So the way the process works with the state is you do a pre-consult and then they tell you the guidelines of where you're going to go. So you're saying that's the meeting next week?
Right.
Okay. That's pretty early in the process.
We just want to be clear on what the process is before we get there.
Okay.
When you say early, do you mean like?
Well, for example, I just
It's
came.
pretty early and like, we better helle on, like, because it's not like pretty early, like that's a good thing, pretty early, like.
Let me give you
that's-
some timelines. So I just came from the public hearing for DPP for the SMAs for free projects. So we only had one person testify, so that's why I'm here. When that is completed, they send that then to the Office of Sustainability and Planning Development, which is the old OEQC. It has a new name now. They put in the environmental notice. They have to advertise it for 30 days. Then they have to have a site walk of the process. Then they have to tell you you're either going to file a draft environmental assessment, final environmental assessment, go into the SMA. There's several SMA portions on this project. I started on these free projects over a year ago, and they're at the stage where I was a year ago.
Are these projects that you're working on, they new or are they revised?
They're new, most of them. Well,
Yeah.
some are
I look at this
renovations,
going,
some are renovations, some are brand new.
yeah, I'm hoping that everything is a little, now granted, we need to impress upon everyone at these meetings that time is of the essence, right? But I think that in a number of ways, if you look at the changes, like what Colleen was showing, there's not like a lot of changes to this thing. So hopefully we can kind of crank this thing through and like move it along and get some priority across things. But like you said, like we're I probably wouldn't say late. I probably wouldn't say early. I would probably say we're a little bit late getting to this stage. So yeah.
It's just my personal opinion, but I don't think you're going to get out of not doing a supplemental environmental assessment, EIS, because it works two different ways. One, the project, they make the decision how much it changes the market shift, other things. The other thing is, if regulations change on that period and your old EIS has not been updated to the new regulatory change, which changed in April, you have to do now a new supplemental impact statement. So they've initiated several things: sea level rise, different regulations on shoreline management areas, different regulations now on floodplain issues. So since there's been regulatory changes, anyone that's still in an active project, they need to update their impact statement. And that impact statement from HOP, as I will know, is not a very good one. So I think it's going to need to be updated.
Natalie, hang on one second. Robert, go ahead. You want to go? Okay, Natalie, go ahead.
So just following up on that, if I understood correctly, what you're saying is you think that HART will have to go have an updated supplemental EIS, and that's counter to what we've been told by staff. So
That's why I said it's just my personal opinion.
I see. So is your opinion then still that there's not going to be any additional environmental studies or anything like that?
Yeah, we have a lot. We have subject matter experts from across the nation that have been working on this hand in hand with the FTA, and their opinion differs from Board Member Howland's.
Thank you.
Thanks, Natalie. Robert.
Thank you, Chair. One question: how does this all discussion, if it's factual and it comes into play, how does that affect the CCGS proposal and timeline?
My understanding is that Part 2 cannot be posted until the evaluation is complete.
Okay. Okay, so I'm guessing you have, say, like a estimated timeline for that evaluation, because we're going out in October of this year, right?
Yeah, the August timeframe to get DOI concurrence, and then the remaining 2 months would be governor concurrence, board concurrence, and then city council. There's potential to do it simultaneously. Yeah. Yeah.
So is your timeline on the aggressive side or on the conservative side with respect to getting all these concurrences?
You want to answer?
It's on the aggressive side.
Conservative.
So aggressive side, yeah.
Okay.
No, we're in that. Yeah. It's in the aggressive side, certainly.
No, that's fine. I mean, this will play out in the next few months anyway. I was just curious, whether we have any contingency plan should those things don't materialize the way you envision it to be. Thank you.
Follow-up.
Yep.
Are we not supposed to draft the RFP2 and just not the final? According to Cornell. Okay.
Of course, has to be done.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Just wanted to
Go ahead,
clarify.
Anthony.
So what you're saying is that so far, at least from the national experts that you've hired and the FTA, what you're hearing is that we are likely to get a FUNSI?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up.
Yes, Chair, go ahead.
At page 5 of the PMOC report, it says HART anticipates that it will complete the environmental reevaluation in June 2023. So from what you're saying, if you had to redo this, what would it be?
So from the PMOC's perspective, I think that they would say August. And that's what we've been working with PMOC included on this and the FTA and August. Back in March, it was June. So to Robert's question, is that aggressive? We thought we would be getting over the hump a little bit sooner, but FTA is hand in hand with us, and the late inclusion of the DOI is what pushed it initially, but August would be that date now.
So this would read in italics, HART anticipates that it will complete the environmental reevaluation in August 2023. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, thank you.
Members, any other questions? Nate, you wanna add anything? No? Okay, all right. You know, just real quick, if possible, maybe, you know, the next PMOC, Cindy, I know I sometimes tend to forget, but can we kind of just get an update on this item? Just a brief update, if you can make a note. And then on the OP 54 report, you know, if the appropriate time, can this committee, if the members get a copy of the report, if that's possible?
Absolutely.
Can I be a little bit stronger on that? Can we get a schedule of like who has to sign when, I mean, like just the order, right? Like we might not get the dates right, but then we'll kind of know what the process is. Like all these people have to get coordinated in this order. And then this is the date that we have to get it done by. So, I mean, we can back that up. But I think at that point, by next month after that meeting, we'll have a much better idea. And if we have to add things, then we can add them. If not, like, but a little mini schedule of like who has to sign all this stuff and like how do we get to the end?
Michelle, are you referring to the environmental review
No,
or?
I'm referring to just the signatories for the whatever you call it,
The supplement?
the
FFGA.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Provided.
Yeah, because that's really important to us. I think that it would make sense to kind of like make ourselves like a little mini schedule of like, I mean, even just the order, and then when we think we have to do things, because then we'll just be like, oh, we only have 2 weeks to do that, or this board meeting is really important, and like we better make sure we have a quorum, you know? Okay, thank you.
Okay. If no other questions, item number 4, change orders. First up, before I do that, are we okay on time, Chair? We good?
I think so.
Continue?
12:30.
1 hour. Should be okay.
Okay.
Board meeting too. I think I have quorum. I think you need a quorum.
Oh, we have 7 voting.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Item number 4, change orders, 4A, CCUR 3 electrical construction work. Nate?
All right. Thank you, Nate Meddings, Heart Project Director. So today I'm going to request the approval for CCUR 3 electrical work to be added to the CCUR downtown infrastructure work with Coluccio. It will be added by means of a sole source procurement amendment, and I think I got that right, but go to the next slide, please. All right, so once again, requesting the board's approval to add this electrical work. So the amendment value as it stands is 21.8 million, but we'll get into it a little later. We have essentially agreed to the price per quantity with the contractor, but the quantities itself are just an estimate, largely because of that deductive change order that I mentioned that the board will be seeing over the next 2 months. It actually reconciles and changes some of these quantities for the better for us. So it deducts from these quantities. But because this work needs to get going and materials need to be ordered, we can't wait for that. So you will see some sort of a reduction of this 21.8 million in the future. So this is really a not to exceed value of 21.8 million. I'll get to that a little bit more, but the scope of this work is for cable rerouting and installation from overhead to underground into the new underground structures. So Coluccio has the infrastructure work, and then the electrical work here goes through the conduit and duct banks that the Coluccio team is installing. We've agreed to the bid items and the cost, but we know that the proposed quantities should go down based on the optimization. At the time that CCUR downtown or 3 infrastructure was put out to bid, the HECO designs were not done. If you recall what I updated earlier on 4, it took about 8 months post-award for HECO to get their designs done, which means it takes about a year after the infrastructure designs complete for HECO to complete their design. That's what creates that lag there. And so at time that we put this out, the electrical design was not complete. And so we made the decision to march forward with that work because the work actually doesn't take place until the middle of the contract to the late in order to try to create some schedule efficiency. Next slide, please. So this contract status, the original award was 217 million to Frank Coluccio Construction Company. There's only been one change order throughout the last year to date, and that's a credit of 500,000. We're always looking for ways to save money and get the UH Manoa, so we offered that the contractor can come live in our building for a discounted price, and so that's why it's a $500,000 deduct for that one change order. So the current contract value is 217,200,000, and the substantial completion date is September of 24. Now, this project is anticipated to finish at or below the contract value. Realistically, we all think that this will finish, including the electrical work, for below the original contract award of 217 million. What I didn't put on this slide, and I think Kika, Colleen, you guys both asked for this, was contingency. We have 40 million in contingency for CCUR downtown, for CCUR 3. This is not projected to touch allocated contingency at all. But I just wanted to make sure I checked off that to-do item. Take me to the next slide, please. All right, so as we talked about, this 21.8 million is essentially a not to exceed value. Bid item pricing has been negotiated and agreed to, but the quantities are subject to change and most likely reduced based on those optimization change orders that you will see before the end of the year. And this work, which I'll describe this work a little bit more on the next slide, but because of the relationship of this work to the infrastructure, we're not expecting that this work to increase the schedule whatsoever. A description of this work is the majority of this work is for what they call interconnects. And essentially there's an electrical line running underground, and we go into that line, we tap into that line, and then we feed off that line to the businesses and the communities. In order to do that, and why this work is so interdependent, is because you need one of these specialty electrical contractors. Basically, you dig the same trench. The electrical specialty contractor has to de-energize the line. The infrastructure contractor, Coluccio, demos the line, pours the duct bank, ties into it, puts the conduit, then the electrical contractor comes in the same duct bank, pulls the cable, energizes the service connection, goes back, energizes the line, and so they share the same space. And that is why this work is so interdependent. So next slide, please. So it's financially and logistically and risk adverse for Hart to include this work into the current contract. So basically what we're doing is saying, hey, Coluccio, the infrastructure contractor, you take the risk of coordination and management of your sub, who's going to work under you anyway, and you're going to share the same trench and the same MOT to do the work. So it makes sense that the contractor would manage that just like every other sub. And so by way of this amendment, we're actually shifting that risk for coordination and management to Coluccio. So it would save a lot of duplication of risks and costs and schedule constraints related to a lot of these construction facilities. They're going to share the laydown yards and the mobilization yards. We don't have to add more staff for contract and project management. And actually, it was negotiated with the contractor that Coluccio is not even going to add another staff to manage this work because they were already going to manage the same sub. So they actually didn't charge us to manage this work as well. So they're responsible for, the permit process, the MOT structure, providing the key personnel that's listed there. We already talked about staging area. Next slide, please. And this continuing. So they're basically going to work under the same MOT. So Coluccio puts out there, they put in their lane closure to dig the trench and do the infrastructure. Same time, the electrical contractor is going to be in there pulling cable. It saves costs on additional MOT for all phases of the work. Coluccio has the responsibility for coordination with our stakeholders, procuring the materials, doing the public involvement, et cetera, and the coordination with other utilities. So as you guys know, HECO requires significant lead time into shutting down any line. both of these contractors require the same shutdown period, so all that could be coordinated together. And there's, that's really the biggest highlight with including this work as an amendment rather than a separate contract. The last slide here before I get into questions, please, is simply requesting the action again for the board to approve, or the committee to then approve and recommend to the full board to approve 21.8 million as a knock to exceed value for this change order. This work is included in the revised estimate at completion. We always knew it would be done and needed to, so it does not affect our estimate at completion. And it's been approved in accordance with HART's procedures and finding a merit, got the approval dates there. And then the pertinent stats. And then I think in the board package, you guys have all the supporting change order documentation as well. Happy to answer questions on that. Thank you for listening.
Members, any questions? Robert?
Thank you. Nate, thanks for the presentation. So I have a question regarding your statement about that the project is anticipated to be finished at or below the contract value. So I'm going to assume the contract value is the lower contract value because Frank Coluccio is moving in with you.
Yes, the
Okay, so
217.2.
by 534,000. Is it unusual for the contract to come in? I don't know how much below the contract value you're thinking about, but is it unusual to have the same completion date and you have a lower contract value?
I would say it is not typical to finish a contract where you started, absolutely any means. And credit goes to our Stantec, our CE&I team, Stantec and Subs, because basically what they did is they took the final design and looked at it and said, you know what, we can tweak some columns for CCGS, and by tweaking those columns, we can eliminate utility relocations. And then it takes some validation there. You got to go out and actually find the utilities, confirm the exact location, confirm the exact column location, get some confidence there on what your measurements are, and then go through the process of approvals through the city entities. And through that process is actually why they avoided substantial amount of utility relocation.
Yeah, so not being an engineer, I'm just a casual observer in all this, right? So by not doing some utility relocation, wouldn't you decrease when the contract will be completed?
If I could, no, that makes absolutely logical sense. If I could add, there was a delay in the beginning because of the concrete shortage. So a lot of the work that Coluccio does is jet grouting, and they couldn't get concrete for, I feel like, okay, I was going to say several months. So if we didn't do this deductive change order or the not resequencing, the optimization, it probably wouldn't meet their deadline. So no, your logic is absolutely correct.
So it alleviated some delays, and then there's a near critical path that, we avoided a lot of work, but then the next critical path takes over, and it's pretty close to what the original one was. And so alleviated the delay was mostly what we did by optimizing.
So you have an estimate about how much lower your revised amount is from the original contract value?
At or below the contract value is the best.
Okay.
We will say, I'll give you those new projections once everything is actually signed and
Sure.
approved, and then we'll present those. I think you're going to get at least one before the end of the year. Just waiting on actual ink signatures to make sure it's okay. But we will probably be below the contract value.
Okay, and substantial completion remains the same. Got it. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Yes, Michelle.
In your supporting documentation, there's a check on the potential impact to critical path if final approval not given by 12/31/22. And I'm assuming that that's really not the case, but it is critical, and now that that's late, I mean, this needs to be approved, otherwise there will be a potential impact to the critical path at this point, right? I mean, this thing's been kind of hanging out there for almost a year.
Yes, yeah. So that statement was put together by the project team, and it would be critical path for that project, not for
Okay, or
Heart as
for
a
their
whole, but
critical
for
path.
downtown. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
but yes, we are reaching a point, you know, we try to pursue different avenues to complete this work
Yeah.
and essentially landed on this one. You know, one was self-performance by eco, et cetera. We went down that road, but this
Better
is
to be in charge of it yourself.
yeah. So this is becoming critical. And I think this is probably the best way to perform the work.
I would agree.
Thank you, Michelle. Natalie, and then Anthony.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nate. I'm just curious I'm not an engineer either, and so just to kind of get a picture of the work that's being done when you're talking about coordinating these two, the general and the sub. How many feet do they work on in, like, say, a day, or, you know, can you give us a way to picture this?
So the NAN project on Dillingham, which is substantially quicker than we've ever performed utility work, is 8 feet a day.
Okay.
When it comes down to it, I mean, all of those challenges and field staff out there and everything to complete about 8 foot a day to get through there. And that could be a shift day. So it could be 16 foot a day, but I think it's 8 foot total. You know, and as Lori talked about, there's a substantial amount of work just to dewater the trenches. So, you know, months of jet grouting, pumping concrete in there just so you can cut a trench out and then do everything. But I do think it averages on Dillingham, which is quick, 8 foot a day.
And so Colicchio would be longer
Yes.
or short.
Coluccio,
few
yeah,
less
it'd be less
space.
than that a day.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's not what I had pictured at all. Thank you.
It's not 8 feet per day for one utility. Right? Is it?
Yeah, it's very painful to get 8 foot a day.
Because there's
you know?
multiple utilities in a trench, right?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So there's a lot of, you know, and we said that in an all staff meeting that we've gone through so many challenges and overcome it. And now what does success look like 4 years at 8 foot a day? That's painful. That's what that team's up against, and that's what they're doing. And 8 foot a day is multiple people full time trying to stay ahead of challenges.
Thanks, Natalie. Anthony.
And just to clarify, presumably, if we were to put this out to RFP and find another contractor, we could be in a situation where we'd be opening up the same trench a second time. That by pulling it all together into one contract, you're actually ensuring that the work is all done. You're only opening your trench one time.
That's correct. So we'd have to have double hole offs with ecos. We'd have to have double MOT. We would have to potentially dig up the trench again, but we'd have to enter in the manholes, etc. I think, you know, we substantially worked with Coluccio, who was open to being a good partner, and their subs who complete this work to bring it down. The original price was triple this. And so we went through and we coordinated through all that with our partners with ECO. And so we figured out a way to do this. But yeah, it's substantially more time, money, and risk.
Roger.
Just for interest, what is the size
Mike.
of the lines?
Sorry.
What is the size of the lines that are going to be? I mean, in terms of they're not the real high voltage lines. Are they 4,000, 12,000?
So they're 12 kV. I don't know. I think there's 46 kV on the project, but it's all 12 kV.
Okay.
Any other?
You still need specialty subs to do it, but it's not that high voltage 138 kV on Dillingham.
Yes, Chair.
Something doesn't compute. So you said, you think at the end, we're gonna have, the whole thing's gonna come in under or at the original contract price. But we do know, I think you said earlier that you did not, the Coluccio contract it wasn't let with the 21 million anticipated, correct? So somehow, and it's not, you said, Kika, my issue regarding, especially my issue regarding contingency, is you're not touching the contingency. So where's the 21 million coming from?
So the optimizations is what we've been calling it. There's one on Haleakala and there's one on Nimitz. Those total more than this 21.8 million.
What is an optimization?
So the optimization, we call it optimization because we're optimizing the location of the columns that support the guideway to minimize utility relocations. And so we basically took the 100% the 100% plans for utility construction, overlaid them on the guideway plans, and then rather than placing it where our utility designers placed them, we actually went column by column and said, all right, we'll make the contractor put it here, we'll put up a C-bent here, we'll cant it over here. And by doing that, we were able to avoid the certain utilities, which in order to do that, like I said, you need to go down there and verify where they're at first. So we needed a contractor on board. And so by weaving the drilled shafts through the utilities, we were able to just avoid relocating utilities altogether. And that avoidance is higher than this 21.8 million.
So what you said too was that this is the same sub that Coluccio's using anyway, right? So tell me, why is this a change order? And why is not, in other words, to me, you need a deduct, not the 500 something $1,000. I mean, it seems like if you're going to call this what you're calling it, you need a deduct of the original contract and then put this in, or you don't come in for a change order because you're saying the amount is going to be covered, right?
It's not going to change the contract value at the end.
And I don't think we, the board, approves any subcontractor change in their price in terms of their contract with Coluccio.
But it's an amendment right now, and then the next two amendments will deduct. So overall, it's not going to touch it, but I think we still have to approve the change right now, adding it to the contract. So the contract value will be $242 million.
Right, that's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
So if you're going to add it, right, you still got to allocate the funds somehow to say that that's it. But what you're doing is that's why I didn't understand, because you're not asking us to, even if it's a paper move, you're not asking us to add 21 million to this particular change order, and then later on you're going to deduct it, because that's what in essence you're going to do. It's like, okay, here it is, but we're gonna do, but it's going to be a credit later on, and we'll deduct it, and we'll come out the same. So I'm just trying to understand why there isn't the 21 million now, and even if we deduct it later, that it's still, you got to pay. Somehow you got to pay.
Yeah, good point. I think we have to encumber the 21 million.
Right.
Then it's paid by as quantities are installed. And I would guess we're going to do a deduct for the Haleakala optimization before we even put this electrical work into the ground, because that's going to be the next few months. So it's like an accounting exercise. So you're right, we do have to encumber this, but we're not going to expend it, and especially not before we do a deduct.
Or you may expend it before you put all this optimization in, or you put in the optimization now and then you understand why I'm confused? Because I'm saying the money's got to come from somewhere, and you've made it very clear you're not touching the unallocated or allocated contingency, because then it will really be an issue for me. But so I think that something, I don't know. I mean, I understand what you're doing. It just seems like for a change order, there's got to be something that's going to pay, even if it's on paper, because you haven't done the deducts yet, and then you're going to pay for it with the deducts, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I mean, to me, something's amiss because it's not jiving.
Constructive government change where you're directing them to be more efficient by way of what your contractor said was more efficient. So now you're taking all the risk. If it's not really more efficient, you're screwed. Because you directed them to do that. But I mean, we believe that this is going to actually be the best way to do it. I mean, that's
no, I don't disagree with it. I'm just saying that why are you doing a change order? Which to me, if you're coming to us and asking for a change order, then the paperwork's gotta be clear, and you've got to find that money. Even if it's on paper, you got to have the money to pay for this, unless you don't come to us for a change order because it's within the whole 217 million. I just want to be sure that whatever we're approving, that it adds up or it deducts out or whatever, because right now.
So it's a scope change, and we're
Right, you don't have to come to us for that.
So we are creating bid items that weren't part of the original contract.
But
And that's
it's not
favorable.
because you're using the same sub. So it's like an amendment. It really would be a change order to that original sub. If you're using a different contractor, I can kind of understand, but it's the same sub, so you're expanding that sub's work, right? It's a change order between Colucho and its sub or whatever, and I don't know whether that's the degree that we get into as the board, because the total amount isn't changing according to what you're saying.
The total yeah.
Right.
So the total estimate at completion gonna remain 217 and be reprojected over time as we get those optimizations fully approved. But for the interim period, right, this contract value will be 217 plus this 2180
Exactly,
until we take that optimization.
right.
Yes,
So where's that?
allocated contingency.
Where it's, that's right,
Yes.
which comes back, that's what I was thinking, I said, either it's a sleight of hand or something, because you gotta put, even on paper, you're gonna have to touch the allocated contingency until you do
On
this.
paper, yes.
That's what had me confused, sorry. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Robert.
Just quickly, Nate, you said that the optimization, is the reason for the lower contract price at the end. And the optimization will also requires the movement of columns to a different place. So how much leeway do we have in terms of moving columns? I have a certain understanding of how much we could, how much we could move the columns. What is the distance that we could move the column, or what is the
So we can put our columns essentially anywhere if we have the right of way and we have the proper clearance of utilities and buildings and overhead lines, etc. And that gives you a narrow window of the alignment because you got sidewalks, parks, buildings, overhead lines, etc. But we have the ability to move the columns wherever in that footprint to a degree, because we have to be careful to not prescribe something that's going to cost us more than the utilities would have with the design builder. And so we're trying to take most of the innovation ahead of time and save utility relocations. But we do expect the design builder to come in and say, you know what, I would rather put a straddle vent here, which are those big things, or I'd rather put a C-vent here instead of a concentric pier because it helps something. So as long as we are within the right of way, the approved footprint, and have the clearances of utilities, we can pump whatever foundation is needed in there.
Okay, so when you say you could move the columns anywhere within a certain footprint and whatnot, so that is different than the Malkus shift, because the Malkus shift is not within that footprint, because I'm guessing you moving columns because of the Malkus shift, right?
And that's still in the project's footprint.
Okay, then, but then you have environmental issues, right?
Yeah.
With the Malkus shift, but there's no environment.
So you have environmental assessment with that move, but
Okay, assessment.
yeah,
Whatever
but
the word
we
is,
still move. So the whole, and Mark, might have to help me. So the whole project is governed by the APE, area of potential effect, and it outlines where your corridor is. And the Malkus shift just takes it to the Malkus side of that corridor, but it's still within that alignment.
And the APE goes 100 feet.
Okay, perfect. So even more flexibility.
Okay, thanks.
We shifted it, we only shifted it within where it was gonna be.
Right.
Right? We shifted it Mauka all the way to the, kind of like to the edge of your property line, sort of.
Yes. And really what we're shifting on the optimizations are not even close to what the Malkus shift is. It's just a few feet. Do you know the biggest shift we made by chance? I would say under 10 feet. Okay, I'd say under 10 feet, probably
they're not,
less.
yeah, they're not significant. They're not structurally significant.
So what we did is we brought in the team that delivered AGS, the airport section design build, and said, guys, do a constructability, guys and gals, do a constructability review of the utility plans as it relates to the columns. And they are fresh out of drilling 400 shafts. So they said, oh, drill it here, you can drill it here, you can drill it here. And so through a year's worth of work, that's where those ideas came from.
Any other question? Okay, if not, the action item we have before us is to approve the change order initiated.
Chair, I so move.
Second. It's like what Colleen said, it's a sleight of hand. It's not really a.
So are there any, well, I tell you what, there was a motion, is there any discussion?
No, I was just wondering whether you needed to do that because in the end, it's not really a $10 million change.
Is there something I can add that can clarify that you want me to add before the full board?
I think, but maybe when you talk, like, I think we had enough, just addressing some of those questions that we asked up front would be good.
Any other discussion? Are there any objections? If none, the measure has passed, or the item has passed. Okay, item number 4B. Before we move on to item number 4B, are we okay on time? Good?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to 4B. The return of unused funds, CCUR 1 closeout. Hey?
Yep, thank you, Kika. So I'll try to be quick with this one. This is kind of just a formality following through the process. This is from the CCR1 contract and it represents the termination for convenience. Finally got through final negotiations between Lori and Nan and able to reconcile all that, close out the contract. So this, just because the way it was procured, we got to go through this to close out the contract and move on. So give me the next slide, please. The original contract total was 400 million. Nan put about 100 million worth of work in place, which leaves a balance of just shy of 300 million, that 298 million. Of course, we terminated that contract for convenience, and this is the remainder of that contract after we went through, protected the workspace, closed out every single task order, argued on claims, and then now we're closing it out, returning retention and closing it off the books. The contractor has resolved this, committed that there's no outstanding claims and liabilities that they're going to come back to us at. So essentially that's what we're asking for now is the approval to return 298 million back to allocated contingency that we've already awarded in a contract with Coluccio and Nan anyway. So this is really just formality. Sorry to make it confusing, but go to the next slide, please. We awarded the original CCUR to Nan an IDIQ contract in May of 2018 for 400 million. The scope of this work was basically IDIQ was task order based. There's been no changes issued to date. The substantial completion has already passed, but we terminated it in January of 2021. Again, we terminated it because it was not the best way to deliver a big infrastructure project like this. So we terminated it and went out to bid. We successfully awarded Coluccio and Nant's contract for downtown and Dillingham. Sorry, just trying to complete the picture for those that are new to this process. Go to the next slide, please. So our requested action is to approve this change order to return all the unused funds back to the allocated contingency line item, but it's just sort of an accounting exercise because we've awarded it. This change was approved in accordance with the procedures and the finding of merit during our change control committee. All the supporting documentation is there. Happy to answer any questions.
Members, questions? Natalie?
Thank you. Yeah, so I remember that this was like one of the first things Laurie did when she came on because it just stood out in my head. But so we're looking at this a year and a half after that was terminated. Why did these things take so long?
Because the first step is verifying quantities that were out there and making sure to close out. So it was awarded per task order, which isn't per area. It's per type of work, per area. Very confusing. There was like 50 something task orders, I think, 100 maybe. There's a lot of task orders. So the project team had to go through every task order, come to final agreement with NAN on what the quantities were, come to that agreement, pay them out, close it per task order. And then at the very end of it, there was quantities and claims that the project team couldn't resolve. Those were escalated to Lori to negotiate. Then once that was negotiated and seen through, then we have to go through all the paperwork process. The biggest driving factor from my experience, if I recall, was forcing as-built documentation from NAN that was necessary to put into the new procurement documents, right? I mean, that's always hard as you're closing out a successful contract, let alone once you terminate it for convenience. Just the argument of who spends money on that, you know, how long should it take, the quality of those, et cetera. So I think that was a 6-month process just to get those final as-built approved.
Okay, thank you. So we have no other IDIQ contracts out there, correct? Okay, thank you.
No, we have IDIQ for.
Yeah, we have like T&M based
Yeah.
type of
Not
contracts.
for building stuff.
It's Royal.
Royal would be the closest thing as on-call. Most of that's track T&M.
Anthony, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, how much of that $100 million work are we still using?
Yeah, great question. So, and a question not yet has been fully vetted. So for we'll give Roger half credit for the question. But so like for Dillingham, for example, I think roughly there's 50 million of that work on Dillingham. That 50 million has been included in the contract award of 500 million to NAN. We now have to go through the process of verification and acceptance of that work with the utility owners. That's why we can't count all of it as gold right now. Basically, NAN's got to dig up what they already installed, finish the duct bank, put it in service. Then the utility owner says, all right, that was usable. Then we can say we use those CCR1 quantities. Because right now it was built, NAN said it was good, but it was never finished, verified, tested, and marked accepted by the utility owners. So that's the process we're going to continue to go through over the next 3 years with NAN. I would guess that there's 30, 40 million of that sprinkled into downtown as well. And then maybe 10, 20 in areas 5 and 6. You know, I can get a better accounting of that, but they're sprinkled throughout the entire city center alignment.
Yeah, if we could get an accounting, I think it would be useful.
Yep.
Thanks.
Members, any other questions? Yes, Chair.
But we're paying already. So this is resolved. So 101 million has gone to NAN,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So who was in charge of the IDIQ on our side? Because there's got to be somebody who gave the task orders.
Yes.
So who was that?
It goes through the area manager, the project manager, the construction manager, then the resident engineer. That's kind of none of those guys are here anymore.
And none of them are,
That doesn't, I mean, we have the information we need from them.
because IDIQs usually used by the federal government a lot, especially DOD. So when you do IDIQs, it is specified task orders. So you should be able to go back and say, okay, this task order was supposed to result with this product, and that's what we're paying X for.
Yes.
So you should have that documentation.
Oh, absolutely. And even the plans that we put out for the infrastructure contract, we actually highlighted what NAN built on the first segment. So we have those quantities, and a lot of it actually is material on hand. So like transformers, cabling, poles, stuff like that, NAN ordered on the first contract that we can reuse. So we have those actual quantities and know where they're at, but we need to know that the utility owners are going to accept that before we can deem it acceptable.
But it doesn't matter in the sense that we've already paid. So it doesn't mean that we get to say, go back to NAN, unless that's the negotiations, and say, you know, this was contingent upon HECO accepting, and HECO didn't accept, so we're going to debit you 10 million. That's not the way it is. This is settled. We paid them 101 million plus. So it doesn't matter whether HECO accepts it, except on our end. we don't have to potentially rebuild it.
There you go.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
So now the 298 million, which is gonna go back into allocated contingency?
Yes.
Allocated contingency on which CCUR?
Or CCUR. So we've essentially already encumbered it into those new contracts.
So say NAS new contract is what, 500 million? So the 298 million is gonna offset that 500 million?
No, I mean, this is just an accounting exercise.
Exactly,
you know,
which
so
you guys don't do very well. So let's go through that. So you have 298 million plus that's gonna go back into the allocated contingency of CCR 4. Is that correct?
That's what it says, and the way, at the time this was written, before we awarded those contracts, it would have made sense. But now, the 298 million, I mean, this is just a formality to close out the contract. There is no 298 million of free money because we've already awarded CCUR.
Yeah, but, so I understand that. So I wanna know how accounting wise did you say, okay, 298 to 300 million? Where did that go though? Are you just saying, so either when you said you awarded NAN 500 million, right? So are you saying that of that 500 million, 300 million, 298 actually comes from basically the cancellation and the settlement of the CCUR 1?
So within the $500 million award for NAN,
Right.
there is a certain amount of CCR 1 quantities that are within that award, that upon acceptance from the utilities owners, we don't have to pay NAN for.
So it's a credit is what you're saying.
Could be, yes.
But even if it's not a credit, so I'm not following you for this reason. You awarded, well, they were awarded in 2018 or whatever it was, $400 million, of which there is now a settlement. So that Hart has paid NAN, or you're coming to us, I mean, and basically saying Hart is paying NAN 100 million, right? I assume NAN doesn't have the 101 million yet, or may have 101 million. But there's this 300 million almost that's sitting out there that technically Hart should have, correct?
I swept that money into the CCOR line item in the recovery plan.
Okay.
Like, so this is just a formality that we knew 2 years ago that NAN performed $100 million worth of work.
Okay.
And we knew the remaining 300 million wasn't going to be executed in this contract.
Right.
So when we went back through and we established our recovery plan EAC, we said, all right, how much is CCUR Dillingham and Downtown going to be in addition to what we already spent with NAN? And that's the EAC number that you see in the cash flow.
Right.
And so I was well ahead of this exercise going in. So it's kind of, that's unfortunately there's not 300 million going back. I already took that back to the pot.
But when you took it back to the pot, right?
Yes.
So NAN is 500 million now. So 300 million of that is what you put in the pot. That's the only logical way it makes sense.
Well, that's what you said. You swept it in when.
No, he's saying he didn't. He said it's not all there. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. So of the 500 million, my original question was, of the 500 million, 300 million came from this savings, and you said no.
Gotcha. Yeah, it could have come directly from the savings.
So either it did or it didn't.
I didn't look at the source of what it was coming from a CPP. We were asked to budget by project how much the project's going to cost. And so the CCUR contract, the Downtown Dillingham put an estimate to those. Those are since awarded, very close to our estimate. And so that's what was established. We can say we directly took that 298 back to the pot. Essentially, that is what we did. But the 100 million we spent, we know the material on hand is usable. We don't know the work installed usable.
But are you saying that the 100 million to NAN is contingent on the fact that we use it and HECO accepts it? Or is it just that the settlement? If you settled, you settled.
So it's not all 100 million to NAN. I think NAN's 25 to 50 million of it, if I'd guess. And if their CCR1 work is acceptable by the utility owners, we would argue that we would not have to pay NAN.
Okay, that jives with my recollection, because my recollection was NAN wasn't going to get 100 million. It wasn't, they didn't have that much work that was in the project, but they had other things, which is what you're saying now. So there's a certain amount of that 100 million, which we're crediting to NAN, that's contingent upon HECO accepting it, or that the product that they bought is acceptable.
Yes, and that's correct. Yes.
That's correct.
And your question, I mean, technically this 300 million of savings went back to CCUR. I didn't even look at that when you guys asked me to estimate what the project would cost, though, right? I just did that bottoms up estimate for CCUR. But yeah, this would go back to the CCUR allocated contingency. And then once we would award it, we'd take it out of that.
Right.
But it happened inverse.
So that was my first question. And so now your answer is yes, probably of the CCUR, whether it went Coluccio or it went NAN, whichever one it went, 300 million is from CCR 1.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think we need a 5-minute break after that. No, I'm just kidding.
This one was going to be a tough one because it happened so late.
Any other questions?
I got one rather unfair one, but I'm just wondering if you have a gut feeling on how much of that 100 million will actually be incorporated into the final contract, into the final project, and how much of it may prove to have been wasted money.
Yeah, I can get you that answer. Let me meet with our resident engineers and we'll put our heads together. There will absolutely be some wasted money, sadly. But then there will be some usable work as well.
Can you share that with the committee maybe next month? That'd be helpful. Can you jot that down? Okay. Before I go further,
I have
okay, go ahead, Robert.
question. Sorry, Chair. So Nate, maybe you could reconcile by the next meeting. I'm looking at your monthly report under DBB 511, which is the City Center Utility Relocation Construction, right? That's the original one. That says $400,000 of the original contract value. And this is the April 2023 report. So I'm guessing the numbers are good up to March 2023, right? And it shows total incurred it's on.
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's in your monthly report. So in the incurred, under DBP 511, which is the original NAN contract, the total incurred is 84 million. So by the next meeting, maybe you could let us know how you got 100 and whatever million you just, 101 that we spent, but the progress report, I'm guessing is all closed out, only shows 84.
Because the progress report has been truncated to Civic Center. And so there's about 20, whatever that makes up, 28 million that was for materials and work outside of Civic Center. So in areas 5 and 6.
Okay, so from your standpoint, because now it's not part of the project, is non-FFGA expenditures, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
From the FTA's perspective, that's how they wanted the accounting done in the progress.
And you don't show it in the financial report because it's non-FFGA.
That's correct.
Now, the next question is there any way, I mean, you don't have to do it by tomorrow or by the next meeting. Is there any way you could give us an estimate on the non-FFGA expenditures that HART spent for the project?
Yes. And I hesitate simply because we're in those final stages of FFGA documents. And so, yes, I can do that in somehow that is digestible and understandable. Because
it's not an urgent thing because it's not FFGA, right? Yeah. But
so actually, if you look at some, and sorry to interrupt you, if you look at some of the contract pages, so go to, where's the core systems one? DBOM 920, I think it's
Yeah, I see it. The 544 million.
Yeah, so if you go to like the core systems, Debon, Montoni, or Schindler, or ones that are project wide, we actually have FFGA costs established, non-FTA CIP costs, and that represents the costs outside of Civic Center going to Ala Moana, then total CPP costs. Yeah, and so go underneath that graph, please. Keep going. Oh, that's a long one. Yeah, keep it going till we get to the table. Yeah, right there. So FFGA is Civic Center. Non-FTA CIP is contract value outside of Civic Center, so to Ala Moana. Then the total CPP would be all hard costs, and then the O&M, of course, is the DTS non-capital side. So like for Fair Systems, Schindler, all those are accounted for. I think maybe even On-Call we have that accounting. It doesn't take into account CCR1 because we retired that from a contract page.
Okay, yeah, I think I was looking for something that's more than just from Civic Center to Ala Moana. But that's all right, we could take it offline. Because there are non-FFGA, I think Hart incurred a significant amount of non-FFGA costs before the FFGA was signed.
That's correct.
But,
And during,
yeah.
so we have like the HDOT reimbursements, we have
Correct.
UH reimbursements. I think it's around 250 million of capital costs that are within Civic Center that are reimbursed by other parties and that aren't included in the accounting. Like there's UH reimbursements, HDOT reimbursements, like I said.
Mhm.
And so there are those costs. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, members, any other questions? Natalie?
Yeah, so I just have a follow-up, and this goes back to the cash flow. When we're looking at the cash flow, the year-to-date, the first column, that's the entire project from 2007 through whatever it was, 21 or 22, correct? It includes non-FFGA as well, correct?
Do not believe so. It's all FFGA costs. I don't think it includes non-FFGA on the cash flow. Because then our project costs, if you look at non-FFGA reimbursements, are like 9.4 billion, not 9.1 billion. And so that's just FFGA costs there. And so basically like, all right, so if we did a few projects, I can't remember exactly which one it was, but on the west side, that was in HDOT right away. HDOT said, hey, we want X, Y, and Z for improvements as well, and we'll split it with you 50-50.
Okay, so I understand that there may be reimbursements with state-related projects, but I'm more questioning things, like you said, the pre-FFGA, when it was under the city.
The pre-adoption costs are in there, yes.
Right, okay, and so then with respect to this 100 million, the part that goes beyond the Civic Center, is that in the cash flow actuals?
Let me check that.
Okay, because
I know the 84 that's in Civic Center is, but no, so that would be outside the cash flow. So the cash flow would represent 84 million because that's the Civic Center.
okay, so I'm sorry, Chair, because I know I'm in a time constraint, but so it is getting a little confusing for me because I thought that, I mean, I understand that we're looking at the Civic Center now as the temporary termination, but the actuals, from my perspective, should be including everything that we've spent. So I guess maybe clarify that for our next finance committee meeting, if you would.
Yeah, Lori pointed out, so if you look at CCOR 07 to 21, or that very first column, it shows 93 million. And that would represent the, at least the 80 something million we spent on one through CCOR. So no non-Civic Center costs are in this cash flow.
So I guess I'll bring this up at a future finance committee meeting because it deals more with the cash flow, but it I think is a little confusing or maybe perhaps misleading because it doesn't show the full expenditures that we've actually incurred. if I'm understanding correctly.
The Ala Moana one would incorporate those because that's in areas 5 and 6.
Oh.
So it would incorporate those.
Right, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nate.
Any other questions? Before I move on, I believe, I don't think I asked for any testimony, whether in person or online for this particular agenda item. Is there any testimony? And Cindy, just for clarification, does this action item have to go before the full board as well? For And while Cindy's looking for that, I just want to clarify, the previous agenda item was, we voted on, was to recommend to the full board approval. So just to clarify.
Chair, it does.
Okay, so this item as well, item 4B is to recommend to the full board to approve the requested change order initiated by HART to return the unused funds from the City Center Utilities Relocation 1 contract. Do I have a motion? Moved, seconded. Is there any discussion? No discussion, any objections? Okay, so agenda item 4B recommended to full board. Moving on to agenda item 5, HART readiness to transfer operations and maintenance to DTS. Nate?
Alrighty, yes, sir. Thank you guys for the vote on the last agenda item as well. So Nate Meddings, HART's project director, and sit next to me is
Patrick Pricer, Director of Rapid Transit for DTS.
So Patrick is my main counterpart on the DTS side on Roger's team. And so, all right, transfer of capital assets overview, or really this is more of a status. Go to next slide, please. Just a little bit of history. So in 21, when Lori and Rick came on board, they initiated DTS assuming the role of readiness and activation from HART. So previous to Patrick coming on board and Lori and Rick joining HART, we had our own dedicated readiness and activation group. Essentially, that was the group that ensured we would be ready, or DTS would be ready to operate as soon as operational readiness was achieved. So since DTS has assumed that, Patrick actually moved in with us for a while, and some of the team members. Since that merge, we'll call it, HART and DTS has collaborated to develop processes and procedures to facilitate the transfer of capital assets. I think mid-year 2022 was the first time HART started to actually begin transferring the assets, and we'll get into that process a little later. Currently, we have either transferred or identified all critical assets for revenue service. Our official ceremonial handover is tomorrow on June 9th. So that will signify the final transfer of our baby over to DTS. And I think, there's some official responsibilities that we're waiting to Monday to transfer over, just because it's a little bit easier for the staff. But essentially, we are all ready to hand over and transfer the assets. Next slide, please. All right, so as far as physical assets, there's 3 different types. There's HART fixed facilities, which are guideway and station assets that go straight to DTS. For example, the stations, the elevators, guideway, real materials, etc. And then there's HART core systems assets that go to DTS, and that's platform screen gates, fire detections, a lot of stuff that Hitachi is doing. And then the third type, and I'll explain these more in a second, is HART fixed facility assets to HRH and DTS. So what's the difference of the transfer? The first one, basically everything goes to DTS because DTS is the owner of all assets. The second one is core systems work that's going over to DTS, HART work going to DTS that DTS actually maintains. And then there's work that HART transfers to Hitachi and DTS, and that's because Hitachi is responsible for maintaining it. So I'll do my best to describe the lines of breakdown and might need Patrick's help on this, but essentially if it's not track, vehicle within the MSF, which is the ROC, or the operations facility, it's pretty much DTS that has to maintain it. Everything within that is Hitachi's responsibility to maintain that. Got it right?
Yep.
All right. Next slide, please. So that's the difference, and that's why there's 3 different processes depending on who's going to maintain it. Because once we do that, basically the steps are we compile a comprehensive inventory of the assets. That includes descriptions, amounts, model, serial number for replacement info, replacement costs, etc. We compile that in a way that Hitachi and DTS need it to upload into their system. We then transmit it to them, which are drawings, product data, O&M manuals, warranties, parts list, etc. We formulate that, we put it in a format that's acceptable, and then we do joint walkthroughs with the contractors, Hitachi, DTS, just to get eyes on the asset and making sure everything is in good working order. If there's anything that doesn't meet expectations, we open up the punch list. Hart's responsible normally for closing out the punch list items, and then we do a final walkthrough with the parties and say, all right, we all accept these assets in the current condition, and we're going to officially transfer them. We have a unifier, which is our system of record process to capture all the different reviews, comments, and ultimate approval of the transfer of capital assets. Next slide, please. Some of the supporting documents that are needed: asset inventory, warranties, O&M manuals, product data, as-built spares, training manuals, permit. You guys can read all this. Essentially, all the data that we got from our contractors, and this really goes to Patrick and Hitachi's capital asset replacement. So they need to know what the life of the assets, the maintenance needs, when they need to be replaced, what kind of spares they have on hand in case emergencies happen. So all these are vital parts of transferring the type of assets, even the cost. So Hitachi has I think a 13-year contract for O&M after we open. And in that 13 years, they have a schedule for when they have to replace assets, and they've already costed that out for us with their bid. And so all of this goes into that, and that's how Roger is able to manage the budget with Hitachi and knows what assets to replace. So there's a lot of different data. Segment 1 was pretty painful for us because data was everywhere. We've now learned our lessons, consolidated on segment 2, so it should be an easier transfer. But as far as physical assets go, all of the critical physical assets to revenue service has been transferred or in the queue and is expected to be transferred before tomorrow, meaning final signatures, anything like that. Usually it's broken down by either station group, type of asset, etc. But there is nothing left hanging that's going to prevent us from opening. I know you asked for a punch list overview, but as far as critical for opening, we've got through all that. Next slide, please. Actually, we'll get into that. So those are physical assets. There's other types of assets. I'll leave real property to last because, Michelle, I know you have questions on that. But the claims and liabilities. So we transfer everything over that is critical for opening. We've done that. There are open items that Hart has agreed to rectify that aren't safety critical for opening, but we've committed to DTS that we're going to fix once we open during maintenance hours. So once we open, there's a few hours overnight that you can get up on the guideway, work on things. We're talking about Manini things like paint chips, grouting of some tiles, missing X, Y, and Z, something like that. Not safety critical, but stuff that Hart's committed to doing after we open. And so there's some Manini stuff that's still out there with that. Nothing critical. We, of course, transfer all of our permits, all of our agreements, basically every agreement that we have, including our contracts with the contractors and warranties, automatically go to DTS if they weren't a signature to it. Now we're trying to get DTS to be signatures to all that. Claims and liabilities. So anything that is a result of increased costs due to construction or delays during construction are retained with Hart. Like, for example, we're transferring over the Hitachi contract, clicking on the O&M side of their contract, which is already established, but the delays to segment 1 the wheel rail interface, any outstanding issues with Hitachi, Hart keeps that, and that's on the Hart side of the books, and we negotiate through that. Any construction defects would come back to Hart. And so anything related to construction would come back to Hart. And so any delay claims, anything like that, we retain. And then real property. I think we gave a general overview of real property. We have a list of that. We're going through the accounting and the transfer of real property. All necessary right of entries or agreements or property rights are locked in for revenue service. And that's, you want to add to any of that?
I'm sure if there's questions, but I think you covered the majority of it.
Okay.
Before I open up the floodgates, is there any testimony from the public or from online? No testimony? Okay. Robert?
Just a couple things. Construction defects. I know it rests with Hart. What's the time frame of that? 20 years later, is DTS gonna come back to whatever organization if Hart's not around and say, hey, look, this construction defect should have been, part of Hart's responsibility back in 2023?
I mean, really, whatever the contract says and whatever the guarantee is for that work from the contractor. And I don't think it's consistent with every type of work. We're in the instant now, we're on segment one, most of the warranties have even ran out, right? Because of the delay to handover. And so not seeing construction defects as a huge risk, a lot of that, we've been complete with construction for a couple of years now.
Yeah, maybe I'd just add to what Nate said. So all of the defects that were identified before transfer and passenger service commences are noted as exceptions on the transfer of capital asset forms, and there's a punch list and a schedule associated when those will be completed. I think maybe some of the more unique things have to do with the guideway and the work that's been done there related to the tendon or the hammerhead cracks. So those would be examples of potential if things that could be identified post passenger service that contractors might have to be responsible.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. I have one more, if you don't mind. So after the turnover or the switch over, what kind of assurance could you give the board that things that should be O&M is DTS responsibility to pay or to fix or whatnot? Things that are capital in nature is Hart's responsibility. The reason I'm asking is, I'm not so much looking at the specific contracts like the Kamehameha Highway Station Group and all these contracts. I'm more concerned about the on-call contracts. On-call contract or the on-call contract line. Sometimes that could get a little loosey-goosey with, you just call whoever your on-call is and say, hey, could you fix this? And they don't question it, right? So how do we have any assurance that, just for convenience sake, Hart's not gonna say, hey, you know what, even though this is O&M, I'll just have on-call go out there and fix it.
Glad you said it, Roger.
No. I mean, Lori won't allow that. It's good enough assurance for at least me.
No, but I mean, what Lori repeats is by charter, we are not allowed to spend that money.
Oh, no, absolutely. I understand by charter, we're not.
But we've been working very closely on both sides, battling that line for 2 years now. And we've, the effort was to memorialize the procedure, but more importantly, like Patrick said, memorialize the exceptions or the open items as we're going into revenue service. So we have a concise list of what needs to be done. And that's the list, that's Hart's responsibility. And then furthermore, we are in the month of clicking all of our contracts over from capital to O&M. And once we click it over to O&M, there's also O&M contract language that talks about damages, defects, how they have to go about replacing them, maintenance times, etc. So there's language in that contracts that makes those contractors responsible long term.
Okay, so anything in the gray area, Lori makes the decision. Lori, okay. Okay, I'm good, thanks.
Like trying to get the stations ready for prime time grounds and those kind of things. DTS, has expectations that the stations will be turned over in good condition, clean. Grounds will be well manicured and ready for prime time. But then on the witching hour, it switches over to us, and that's not a. That gives me a little heart palpitation for sure that we take on that responsibility upon transfer. But they have been very good at working with our team. We've both been working together to try to get all of that last minute. Some of it is just making it spick and span. Some of it is getting rid of overgrown landscaping and those things. Not small issues, but things that we have to do. But so far, the group has been. That's not to say there won't be some angst by me or by Lori in the future as we get to the unknowns that might be there. But so far we've been able to work them out in a, we both are city agencies at the bottom at the end. She has capital dollars that she pays with. We have operating dollars that we pay with. But that's, to my way of thinking, that's the major distinction is she's a capital spender and I'm an operating spender.
Yeah. So yeah, my concern is not really, I know DTS and HARD work well together. Not to get all technical, but I'm more concerned about the money that we receive from Act One, because those expenditures are restricted by law, right? So we just want to respect that and not do on call and say, hey, why don't you do this, even though, okay.
Members, yes, Anthony.
Just one quick one, which it may be too early to ask this question, but as everybody knows, I've been banging on for years about putting PV on the guideway. And I'm determined that we have this conversation. I imagine it'll eventually happen in the energy pig. But what happens, when ownership of the guideway is bifurcated, there's a section of the guideway that HART is still building, but there's a section that is now owned or operated by DTS. Are we going to have to find some sort of legal structure to be able to handle that? How do we do that?
I think there's lots of opportunities now where there's blending that needs to happen or discussion. I'll just throw that in the category of it would be a change, right? And I'll just use this as an example. So there's a change control committee. DTS participates on that change control committee with HART, and it goes both ways. So if there's any design build changes that come forward, it gets reviewed, discussed, and we make sure that the O&M impacts are considered at that time. And it works the other way as well. When we have O&M changes that we need to put forward, we do that through that committee, and that just makes sure that we're always in sync, and that when those types of decisions are made, we've considered both the design build impacts and the O&M impacts, and that we can manage that moving forward.
So there is a mechanism.
Yes.
Yes, Michelle.
How much was lost, stolen, destroyed that you found in property? Did you find anything did we lose anything? There's always going to be minor stuff, right? There's always stuff. It was very minor.
I gotta put some thought into that answer.
I can't think of anything.
Like physical property, yeah. The biggest thing that I can think of is we have a lot of spares in storage and have had for 8 years. We bought it with the original KKJV contract, that the MSF or the first Skyway contract, and it hadn't been protected very well. So there's some just environmental damage related to that. But anything that's damaged through the course of construction or afterwards is usually governed by a contract or a warranty past that.
And how many shared CLINs are on the Hitachi contract? how many shared task orders or CLINs or whatever you wanna call them, contract line items you have. The O&M section belongs to DTS, the main contract belongs to HART, but that O&M section DTS manages as a CLIN manager. How many shared CLINs do you have? Do you have none? Okay, if there is, who takes priority over, say, spares versus equipment that you're gonna use for the new guideway portion? I guess you could use your change control committee, like if your spares were damaged or whatever, and you got some extra Wi-Fi or whatever you need. I mean, clearly, you know, that's something that needs to be talked about, and you need a mechanism to do that. I guess the other thing I would say is, it's a little bit awkward to have O&M kind of segmented off, but we're trying to create transportation and rail people, right, on both sides. And so I would encourage DTS to be able to share some of the metrics and screens that people can watch. I know what I do is I have my engineers, even if they only build, we have them watch what happens in operations, because they should care. They should care about what's going on, what goes wrong, you know, those kinds of things. And then we create this kind of like shared workforce where you have people that are building that care about how it works, and people that work on it that care about how it's getting built. So I would encourage you guys to do things like that, and work with each other to even just sharing some of the normal screens that you might use to just see how the rail's doing every day, right? I mean, you have a remote screen from the operations center, for example, that people can look at from their desk here. So,
Yeah, we would probably establish some dashboard type,
yeah.
you know, screening things for general transit to do. And you know, we're really not adverse to making those publicly accessible.
I mean, it might not be for the public, but I mean, at least for the hard guys. And I know that, you know, when something wonky goes on, you know, an anomaly happens, people are always willing to kind of jump in and try to help figure out what's going on. Clearly you have responsibility, but the experts are available, you know, should you need them. And I know they would want to help, so.
Yeah, I'd just like to build on what Roger was saying with regard to that. So, and we'll continue in this direction. It goes back to some of the comments that Nate made earlier about DTS taking on a role in readiness and activation. So very proud to say that the team was, even though they were O&M, really kind of embedded in the project and involved in all of the system integration testing, as well as the trial operations, all the way through system demonstration. And a lot of that activity also did include witnessing, you know, some installations and testing. So there's a lot of good knowledge transfer from the design build side to the O&M. And we will continue that moving forward as we get into the airport project segment as well. We do participate in what DTS actually leads at this point, a daily call with the contractor related to performance. HART also participates in that meeting, and that is our opportunity to, because of course they're still interested in knowing how the system's performing, if there's anything that needs to be carried forward to the various project segments. So that will continue. Everyone will be front and center daily performance wise. As far as the spares go, the initial provisioning of spares is part of this transfer of capital asset process. And I know OP 54 was mentioned earlier, and that is part of the readiness review in order for us to get authorization to go into passenger service. So we do have a sufficient number of spares that should prevent there being a need in general to, you know, reach out for any kind of capital spares for any reason like that.
You just never know what's gonna happen, you know, I mean, there could be some kind of like fault, or, you know, you need to train early or whatever it is, just keep communicating, because knowing early, I mean, I'm sure that everybody wants to be accommodating. So, and it's easy to do that when you're collaborative. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? Chair?
So Nate, you mentioned that claims and liabilities remain with HART. So can you give us what exactly claims with HART, because it would be for. And as you know, we do have some lawsuits that are still outstanding. And I have issues with whether you have made appropriate claims within the statute of limitations on things that are outstanding as well. So can you provide us that? And if you can, if some are filed and you don't know what the future ones are being and you don't want to do that, that's fine. But at the point that we're turning over the first segment, we should know what the claims and liabilities are for the first segment, for sure. We also should know what the claims and liabilities are that they have filed against ART today. So we would like to have all of that provided to us. Okay? Thank you, Chair.
Members, any other, yes,
This isn't really the time or place to raise this question, but the bifurcation of responsibilities between DTS and HART kind of raises it. I'm one of those people who believe we should have a public transit authority, which would incorporate the bus and the handy van. And I'm just curious where that conversation can originate. In other words, can the HART board originate that conversation, or does it have to start in Honolulu, Hale?
I was actually gonna go talk to the mayor about that. No, seriously, when you want to talk to me?
Sure.
All right.
okay.
I think Roger supports the idea as well. But this is not agendized, so I'm not sure if I'm off track here, but
Good idea. The devil's always in the detail.
It is. I think you have
And-
to study something like this first. You know, you have to think about it and spend some time.
the fact that we've been having this conversation does kind of point out how silly it is to be going through this exercise and splitting everything up.
My largest angst is whether or not we'll be able to operate a system which really requires real-time stuff within an administrative system that sometimes is a little slower than real-time.
Members, any other questions?
Can I make a comment
Yes,
about that?
Chair.
Roger and I have
Mike.
actually gone through the Public Transit Authority, which did sort of exist in the city charter before. I think that it would be a situation which we would have to, and it's too bad Ed's not here. You would have to effectively do one when you look at all the transit authorities throughout the country. You really have to have something that's bigger than just, I think, the city and county of Honolulu. So it would be a great place to start with the city and county of Honolulu because we have rail and so forth, but it always also includes the water, which makes a lot of sense in Hawaii. But yeah, no, it's something that I believe that for the future of all of transit and all of transportation, it is something that should be given consideration to. And the city did have a public transit authority, which included at that time bus and handy van. And because rail was anticipated that year too, so it was in anticipation of all of that getting together. But I think that was, if I can recall correctly, when I was in the board prior, that was the resistance that the board had to the request by the then mayor to give all the operations and maintenance to DTS, because the concept was, wait a minute, it should go the other way, that the transit, and that's why the section in the charter is transit authority. So, okay.
Most transit authorities do have an independent or a source of funding, but not all. I mean, WMATA is the one that, they annually have to go to Maryland and they have to go to Virginia and they have to go to DC in order to secure their funding, and it's done on an annual basis. But most transit authorities have a 0.5% or payroll tax or something that does it, and the benefit of that is the amount of funding can be projected and forecast just like ART, and I think it makes for better long-term decisions if you have that ability to look at it. But it's clearly a bigger issue than DTS or HART and possibly even the city. It's a huge issue that would probably involve the state in some way, shape, or form as well.
Okay, well, I appreciate the comments. I actually had a couple quick questions. So kind of going backwards to some of the comments that were made earlier, and just for clarification, Nate. So, for example, the hammerheads, right? I mean, just earlier, we said everything was signed off on, everybody's agreed, it's all ready to go, it's a done deal, it's a closed issue. So if something were to occur in the future, I think, would it defer to the contract with the contractor who did the work as far as how long the tail lasts on a claim against Hart?
So as part of that fix and some of the final documentation was Kiewit and H&TB doing an appendix to their operation and maintenance manual that supplements it with the new Hammerhead retrofit. What additional inspections, maintenance needs to be done on top of that. We intentionally stayed away from commercial discussions as we talked about until we got the final documentation, which we have now. And I think that final documentation, it outlines what Patrick and his consultants need to do to inspect and maintain that. And it is, we'll classify that as minimal, but there is some additional effort related to the maintenance and inspection of that. And so now that we're done with the final documentation, that was always our plan. And if commercial discussions are to happen, we did the certification. That was the priority. So I think we're getting an opine from CORE on all the documentation.
Okay, so one of the things I was gonna request, and Chair already requested, if you could provide that list of claims and liabilities that are still outstanding, that Hart would be responsible for. And then, so let's say, is there any kind of funding that's attached to some of this? Any contingency tail funding that we're talking about? Come 2030, who knows if Hart will be in existence? So what then? Is there discussion about and a certain amount of funding that is being set aside? Is that already being done for this first segment? And if so, how much?
Yeah, so the punch list stuff and any open items related to segment work, like the actual physical work, I don't see that going past the end of the year, first quarter next year. Pretty much On-Call or Royal is slated to perform on that. And we're talking really little stuff, like a sticker is missing on an electrical panel. Got to just fabricate the sticker, put it up there. A new sign needs replaced. Paint chips, you got another example, top of your head? The cleanliness of the
there's
train.
lists of things, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
So like little stuff that can be accomplished in short window of time that aren't safety critical. But those will be accomplished over the next 6 to 8 months, I would guess. Smaller stuff, small dollar value, no effort. The biggest one is what Patrick mentioned. It's the tendon monitoring with Kiewit and then the Hammerhead stuff. Those are two big items that we're living with as we open.
Is there an actual document or MOU or MOA or anything that is memorializing this transfer of assets and responsibilities? Is there?
So we just
I can help with that one. So there are procedures in place, but there is a jurisdictional transfer memo that CORE is preparing for DTS, HART, and the other departments who are involved.
And when will that document be executed?
It's in draft form now, being reviewed by all stakeholders. It does not have to be executed before passenger service commences, but I think everyone's targeting that it is. And let me just clarify that a little bit. There's some exhibits that go with that MOU. It's not anticipated that all of the information that needs to be populated in those exhibits will be populated before passenger service commences. But I do believe everyone feels that memo will get executed before.
Will Hart sign off on that memo?
I believe all of the entities involved would sign off on that memo. That's the intent.
Would that include the Hart board?
I'd have to look. I don't believe it includes the Hart board. I think it would be Lori that would sign off on that.
I think you better check the charter as to who signs off on those documents.
Sure. Yeah. CORE's involved. Obviously they're.
The reason I ask is, I'm assuming that the fiduciary responsibility ends, I believe, with the board. And if there is any liability on behalf of the board, and the board is a party to execute and sign off on such a memo, then and regardless, I mean, if it's possible, I'd like to request a copy of the draft, or if not, the final, so that at least the board has an idea of what we're agreeing to, in essence, I guess.
I think the primary MOU is what was mentioned earlier. That hasn't changed. This is more of a jurisdictional transfer memorandum that will outline essentially the process, the documentation, any kind of specificity around that.
I still think you better check with the charter as to who signs off on any kind of intergovernmental issue.
Chair, we look to CORE to make those decisions. At the staff level, we don't look at those.
And I'm just concerned about relieving the board of any liability going forward. I had another question, but I just lost it. So
Can I add?
Yeah,
Can I add
go
something?
ahead.
Can you also go back when you give us claims and liabilities? I think maybe Robert may remember this. There's a big issue of the attendance, remember, on the Kiewit sections. And there's, I think Murthy negotiated something as to the future liability. And this is something that's bothered me and that I've raised with you guys all the time on the liability issues, it's not necessarily that who's paying for it now. It's what kind of either extended warranty or who's going to be on the hook in the future. And that was the issue with attendance. So when you go back and you check for what you're going to give us, be sure that you look at that, look at the language of how that was resolved, because that's the kind of issue that we as a board, I think, have to look at in the future. Because, when you have tendon snapping and you have the tests that we require to be done, that's the kind of issue we're looking at with the hammerheads and all the other future claims that could arise. And the only way you're going to protect us, and of course, DTS should be interested in this because it's going to be their future liability, is to be sure that those things are documented. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks, Chair. You gave me some time to remember.
I figured I made you forget, so that's the least thing.
Yeah, it was more of a comment, I guess, because when I look at our rules and policies, it tasks this committee of overseeing the transition of O&M to the city, but doesn't really go into much detail. And some of the issues that we're talking about today, I mean, in my mind, is still kind of open-ended, and we're kind of going as we go. But as far as future possible allocations of funds from HART, we don't know. So I don't know if this might be another item of discussion as far as looking at policies, if such instances arise in the future, and we need to address it as far as future segments as we turn them over to HART. What level of involvement do we want the board to be as far as being a part of the transition and some of the outstanding items that may or may not come up in the future. So anyway, with that said, if there's no other questions, I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda, and this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, members, can we go straight into the board meeting before I lose a voting quorum? And I don't think we'll be very long. So I'm going to call to order the special board meeting of Thursday, June 8th, 2023. And it is, almost 1 o'clock. I'm going to begin with the calling of the roll. Kika Bukowski.
Present.
Anthony Alto.
Present.
Michelle Chun Boongrabber. Present. Mark Howland.
Present.
Natalie Iwasa. Roger Morton.
Present.
Joe O'Donnell. Ed Sniffen is excused. Don Takeuchi Apuna is excused. Art Tolentino is excused. Robert Yu.
Present.
And the chair is here. So with that, first of all, is there anyone here, either in person or online, that like to discuss? And I do have one of the testimonies here. And any item on the board agenda. Anyone here? If not, the chair acknowledges, and I believe he may have already testified. And this is from Konohiki, Kingdom of Hawaii, Iolani, the Royal Hawk is what he's saying. And it's called the Legitimate Government in Hawaii series, the 14 major reasons the Kingdom of Hawaii exists. I believe he was here. Is he still here? No, he's not here. So we have received that testimony, and it will become part of the record. Anyone else? Cindy, we got anybody else? No? And anyone else present? No. So with that, I will proceed with agenda item number 2, resolution 2023-6, relating to the Honolulu Authority for Rapid Transportation request to the Honolulu City Council for approval of the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds. I'll call again for anyone who wishes to testify on this specific agenda item. Hearing none, let's proceed. Rick, you've already done this. Members, does anyone have any follow-up questions? We just did this about a couple of hours ago. No? It comes with the recommendation from finance that we adopt this resolution. Finance Chair, you have anything more to add?
I do not, Chair. Thank you.
Anyone, any board member? If not, I'd like to call for a unanimous consent on resolution 2023-6.
Chair, I believe you need a motion in a second.
Oh, sorry. Motion by anybody? Motion by, and second. Thank you. Discussion? Not? Do we have unanimous consent on resolution 2023-6? Hearing no objections? Rick, it's approved. Thank you. The second item is agenda item number 3. Anyone here? Agenda item number 3 is establishment of a permitted interaction group to investigate the amendment to the full funding grant agreement. Members, if you recall, at the last meeting, we said that at the next meeting of the board, we would establish a PIG, and the concern was the fact that the full funding grant agreement wasn't meeting all the deadlines that we thought it would, and we thought it'd be beneficial for a PIG to be formed so that the board on a less than quorum status could begin to investigate it and participate in that process, at least on the level of a PIG. First of all, any discussion by members? Yes, Natalie.
I just have a question. So this is going to be the third group now that we have currently active. Is that correct? We have the energy group and then the group that's looking at going to Alamana. Is that correct?
I think we have another one. We have rules that should be coming to a close.
Okay, so this would be the fourth one that's currently
Yes,
active.
that's presently active.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and the 9th member, which is really something that we have to, only because that's the way we're set up. That's right, very good, thank you. I don't think we have any, do we have any other pigs? That's it, right? That's enough, I know. I was hoping that we would hear today that we're on our way, but it looks like the deadline's moving and moving, so. Any other discussion, members? If not, we do need to form this by motion, and that's to establish the permitted interaction group to investigate the amendment to the full funding grant agreement.
So moved.
So it's moved and second. Okay, we've moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? By the way, when can I establish the members? At the end, after it's adopted?
I believe you have to establish it by motion, including the members.
Okay, let me propose a friendly amendment to the prior motion. I would also like to establish the membership of this permitted interaction group. And I'm going to basically follow the membership that we had on the recovery plan PIG, which was also a carryover from the TAT PIG. And the reason being is because I believe that the issues here are closest to that. Now, I'm gonna ask, if anybody really objects. I'm looking at you.
Yes.
Yeah, because Roger was part of that, but I think Roger has a very full plate. You're picked out. Thank you. You're picked out. I'm sorry. I know. So the other members was Kika. Are you picked out too?
Serve at the pleasure.
Oh, you're so nice, Kika. Anthony, are you picked out?
Happily so.
Okay, and Robert, because you're actually replacing in more ways than one, Hazama, who was on that, are you picked out?
I'm not on the pig, so I'm not picked out.
Okay. No, you're on the 9th member pig.
Okay.
But that's okay, we'll be coming to an end on that, so I'd like to ask, Michelle, if you'd like to serve on this pig as well. And anyone else wants to serve on this pig? No, I don't see any hands. I know. I'm trying to punt because I was on the pig. But hearing I will put myself back on this pig because I was on the other pigs. So with that, can I have a motion?
I'll move with the amendment.
So move with the amendment
Seconded.
and moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Yes.
Yes, just a question, because, I don't know if anybody watched the council meeting, but there was a lot of questions regarding their group, and I'm just wondering if we need to have more of a definition, or if this is sufficient to establish the group.
I believe it is just, what we said is sufficient, right? It's to investigate the amendment to the full funding grant agreement. I'm looking at you, Dan.
No, I understand that. So that's the purpose of this pig.
Right,
That's
right.
its defined mission. I think that should be sufficient. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, members, do you have any objections? If not, I'm going to call it a unanimous consent. Thank you very much. Unanimous consent. Members, that's the adjournment of this meeting. Thank you very much. What? Oh, I think I have the numbers.
You do, I just want
Yeah. And Roger, you're in concurrence, right?
Yes.
Yeah.